Chapter 1913. On this day, the entire water-sky city was in an uproar. The grand alchemic Tao tone drifted throughout the city. Countless children who were playing were frozen in place after hearing this sound. A thoughtful look appeared on their young faces as they tilted their ears to listen to the voice. They didn't move no matter how their parents dragged them. It was as if a powerful master had cast a powerful spell on them. Most people didn't understand what was going on. Why was there a sound in their ears? They thought they were hallucinating. Even if they covered their ears, it didn't help. When the mini-cultivator of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and the guards of Water Sky City were dispatched, the residents of Water Sky City knew that something big had happened. The third young master of Shuiyu ordered that everyone who heard the grand alchemic Tao tone, regardless of gender, age, or gender, could join the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and enjoy extremely generous treatment. Especially children under the age of 10, the treatment they received made many Origin returning realm cultivator jealous. 500,000 Saint Crystals a year, living alone in a palace, with 20 servants serving them. Their status was equivalent to that of a deacon of the Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't until this time that everyone realized that the inexplicable voice echoing in their ears was actually an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. The sudden benefits made the parents of the children dizzy. Coupled with the character of the third young master of Shuiyu and the reputation of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, countless men and women pulled their children towards the center of Water Sky City. No one was willing to give up the benefits that were delivered to their mouths. The grand alchemic Tao tone continued to hum, 9 times in a row. This situation lasted for a whole day. A day later, on the 9th floor of the Alchemist Hall, hundreds of alchemists were sitting cross-legged. With Yang Kai as the center, they surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Many alchemists who didn't sit cross-legged also showed thoughtful looks. Their expressions were constantly changing. Sometimes they were worried, sometimes they were anxious, and sometimes they were ecstatic. Obviously, they had all obtained some benefits. After 9 rings, there was no more movement inside the purple origin furnace, and the dense purple chi gradually dissipated. Yang Kai had also stopped his pill collection. Since half a day ago, he had sat down cross-legged again and closed his eyes, allowing the great alchemic Tao tone to come from the purple origin furnace. He had gained more than any other alchemist present. After all, the great alchemy Tao tone was the heavenly Tao tone that he had drawn out. That voice that was faintly discernible in the ears of others was incomparably clear to Yang Kai. From the unseen world, there was an ancient and desolate voice reverberating by his ears, explaining the profound meaning of the Tao of alchemy to him. The voice was not loud, but its pronunciation was clear. Every sentence, every word, was like a brand, imprinted in Kai Yang's mind, allowing him to understand without needing to think about it. His gains were much greater than studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture 1,000,000 times over. The knowledge about alchemy that was poured into his mind was the ultimate mystery of the world itself. Only by drawing out the great alchemic Tao tone could one see through it. Of the more than 500 alchemists, more than 100 were sitting cross-legged, a small half were deep in thought, and the rest were sighing. They didn't have enough luck and perception, so they weren't able to hear anything from the 9 alchemic tones. But now, the expression and demeanor with which they looked at Yang Kai had changed. There was no longer any dissatisfaction and disdain, replaced by dignified and respectful expressions. Who would believe that someone who could draw out the great alchemic Tao tone and make it ring 9 times in a row was not an alchemist? Although Yang Kai had not yet opened the furnace to take out the pill, they all felt that there was definitely a refined soul source restoration pill inside. This person was not only a second-order origin king cultivator, but also a veritable alchemy grandmaster. Thinking about how short-sighted they were before, countless alchemists felt ashamed. Why wasn't I included? An untimely voice suddenly sounded. Those alchemists who were still awake couldn't help but frown. Looking in the direction of the voice, they found that the speaker was Zhan Yuan, who had been opposing Yang Kai before. At this moment, Zhan Yuan had a dazed look on his face. He kept glancing at those alchemists sitting cross-legged on the ground and kept muttering, "Why wasn't I included? I heard it too. Why didn't you let me hear it clearly?" I, Zhan Yuan, am an alchemy genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. No one taught me since I was a child. How can I not be included in the secrets of the alchemic Tao? Hearing his shameless boasting, many alchemists showed a look of disgust. Not being able to hear the great alchemic Tao tone was a matter of opportunity and perception. It couldn't be forced. This was the choice of the heavenly way, and no one could change it. Zhang Yuan's arrogant words naturally made people unhappy. It's impossible not to include me, Zhang Yuan suddenly shouted with a ferocious expression. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth. I understand. It must be you. You triggered the great alchemic Tao tone. You blocked the alchemic Tao tone. It's definitely you. As he spoke, he rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Of the more than 500 alchemists present, more than 100 were sitting cross-legged, and more than 100 were deep in thought. It was almost a 50-50 chance, but Zhang Yuan didn't have a share. He was about to collapse. Why could others have such a great opportunity but not him? If he could get this opportunity, it was possible for him to become an Origin King Great Alchemist in the future. So he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at all. Presumptuous. A deep roar sounded directly in Zhang Yuan's ears. Aio waved his hand at Zhang Yuan as he spoke, and Zhang Yuan was sent flying like a rag sack. Because so many alchemists were comprehending, Aio didn't go too far. He tried his best to suppress his movements. Even when he shouted at Zhang Yuan, he directly condensed his Saint Qi and transmitted it to Zhang Yuan's ears. Zhang Yuan flew far away and fell to the ground. If you dare to be rude again, I will take your life. Aio looked at Zhang Yuan coldly. He didn't care about his identity as Grandmaster Wada's disciple. In his opinion, the alchemists in the Alchemist Hall were precious treasures. How could he allow Zhang Yuan to disturb them? What's more, the one he wanted to disturb was Yang Kai, the one who triggered the Grand Alchemic Tao tone. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, Aio would have killed him. With this, Zhang Yuan finally came back to his senses. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He couldn't believe that he had done such a thing just now. Looking at Aio's cold eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. He knew that with his performance just now, he would no longer be valued by President Aio in the future. But, I am now honored master's disciple. I don't need to care about President Aio. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan calmed down a little and turned to look at Wada. In the next moment, he was shocked and whispered, Teacher, what's wrong with you? He found Wada standing there, on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale. He looked even more exhausted than when he refined a soul source restoration pill. It was as if all his energy had been exhausted. Grandpa, are you okay? Zuoling also finally noticed Wada's abnormality. She couldn't help but panic. Grandmaster? Aio stepped forward and looked at Wada in surprise. He didn't understand what was wrong with Wada. After all, he was an Origin King Great Alchemist. He should have gained something from the 9 alchemic Tao tones. Even if he didn't gain anything, he shouldn't look like he was attacked. Not only was his face ugly, but blood was oozing out of his ears. Wada was motionless and didn't speak. Only his breathing showed that he was still alive. Grandmaster, I advise you not to question the Grand Alchemic Tao tone. If you question it, it is equivalent to questioning the heavenly Tao and the path you have taken in your life. If you do this, you will be rejected by the alchemic Tao. The consequences will be very serious. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Wada suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His spirit quickly withered. His eyes were full of unwillingness as he looked at Yang Kai. Grandmaster, what's wrong with him? Aio asked with a frown. He's not convinced. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Grandmaster probably thinks that I'm not qualified to trigger the Grand Alchemic Tao tone, so he's not convinced. But he was taught a lesson by the alchemic Tao tone. Taught a lesson? Aio opened his mouth wide and his face turned pale. Don't tell me that the alchemic Tao tone is alive. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable. How can I explain it clearly? Yang Kai grinned. Aio looked depressed. How dare you hurt my grandpa? Zuoling suddenly glared at Yang Kai. Her Saint Qi showed signs of circulating. Yang Kai's face turned cold. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want. but you can't speak whatever you want. I didn't hurt Grandmaster Zwada. Then why did Grandpa vomit blood? Zhualing asked relentlessly. Humph. Yang Kai sneered. You'll have to ask him that yourself. The grand alchemic Dao tone entered his ears. Not only did he not try to comprehend it, he even dared to question the authenticity of the alchemic Dao tone. He's lucky that he didn't die on the spot. What else do you want? Zhualing seemed to want to say something, but Zwadi raised his hand and stopped her from speaking. He looked at Yang Kai with dim eyes and said, You're very good. Grandmaster is overpraising me. Yang Kai smiled faintly. But, have you forgotten that there is still a bet between you and me? You did trigger the grand alchemic Dao tone. But so what? Have you refined the soul source restoration pill? Does Grandmaster want to take a look? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Open the furnace. Zwada took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Being able to trigger the grand alchemic Dao tone shows that your alchemy aptitude is heaven-defying, but it doesn't mean that you can refine the soul source restoration pill. That's an origin king-grade spirit pill. There are countless geniuses in this world, but how many of them can truly grow up? Grandmaster won't cry until he sees the coffin. Yang Kai sneered. Grandmaster, why don't we call it a day? An alchemist advised. They were all indebted to Yang Kai for triggering the grand alchemic Dao tone. Zwada was highly respected and was a role model in the alchemy world. No matter who won or lost this competition, it was not what they wanted to see. The best way was to call it a day and turn a big problem into a small one. When one person advised, two others followed suit. After a while, many alchemists joined the persuasion team. Yang Kai said indifferently, I have no opinion. It's up to Grandmaster. Chapter 1914. I suddenly had a fever last night. When I woke up this morning, I felt weak all over and my throat was very sore. I have to go to the hospital later. If I didn't update tonight, then I'll update today. Mobile web. It's useless to say more. Open the furnace. Zwada ignored the persuasion of countless people and looked firmly at Yang Kai. Aio opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but when he saw Zwada's eyes, he sighed and gave up. Yang Kai nodded gently and said lightly, In that case, as Grandmaster wishes. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the purple origin furnace on the ground. In an instant, the lid of the furnace flew up. At the same time, a stream of light suddenly shot out from it, and an extremely rich pill fragrance instantly filled the air. This? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, staring at the flying stream of light without blinking. How could they not know that Yang Kai had already refined the pill? The reason why there was no pill fragrance from beginning to end was entirely because the medicinal properties were too restrained. Only when the lid was opened at this moment did the fragrance of the pill waft out. Lost. Zwada lost. No matter whether the quality of the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai was good or bad, Zwada had already lost. After all, he had said before that as long as Yang Kai could refine it successfully, he would consider it his loss. Being able to refine the soul source restoration pill proved that Yang Kai was really an origin king-grade alchemist. Everyone couldn't help but breathe quickly. They looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of fanaticism and respect. This kind of gaze should only belong to Zwada. Any origin king-grade alchemist would receive this kind of treatment. The moment the pill flew out of the furnace, Zwada couldn't help but stagger. He looked at the stream of light in disbelief. The look on his face suddenly became much older. But soon, he gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, It's not over yet. Whether this is the soul source restoration pill or not still needs to be verified. Yes, it's not over yet. Yang Kai laughed and flicked his finger at his purple origin furnace again. No one understood why he did this, but in the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Immediately after the first stream of light, another stream of light flew out of the purple origin furnace. A stronger pill fragrance than before filled the tip of everyone's nose. 2. How is that possible? He refined 2 soul source restoration pills at one go? Am I dreaming? Did President AIO gave him 2 sets of materials? No. Even if he had 2 sets of materials at one time. What the hell is going on? The crowd of alchemists only felt that the common sense that had been deeply ingrained in their minds for so many years had been subverted. Every pair of eyes stared at the two streaks of light that shot out, foolishly looking at them. Kaiyang took out the jade bottle he had prepared earlier. With a wave of his hand, the two streams of light obediently fell into the jade bottle as if they were bound by some kind of power. A whirring sound came from the bottle. Am I seeing things? Did two spirit pills fly out of the furnace just now? I thought I was seeing things too. What does this mean? After a long while, only the alchemists on the 9th floor of the Hall of Alchemists were whispering to each other. No one dared to come up and ask to check the pills, for fear that what they saw would overturn their understanding. Master, do you want to test the pills? Do you want to test the pill? Yang Kai held the jade bottle and asked Zwada. Zwada's face fell. He didn't speak, but looked at Yang Kai with complicated eyes. The alchemists didn't speak either. I'll do it, Aio said in a deep voice and stepped forward. He took the jade bottle from Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble President Aio. Yang Kai smiled calmly. Aio nodded and opened the jade bottle. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took out a pill from the bottle. The pill was round and plump, with a clear luster. Smelling the pill fragrance, it made people feel refreshed. What else could it be but the Soul Source Restoration Pill? However, the Soul Source Restoration Pill refined by Yang Kai was a little different from the one refined by Zwada. It was even a little different from the one recorded in the pill recipe. There was a faint layer of golden light lingering on the surface of the pill. Under the light, the Soul Source Restoration Pill looked rich and powerful. Everyone could feel the surging vitality coming from it. Even those who didn't understand alchemy would know that this was a life-saving and healing spirit pill. The alchemists were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the pill refined by Yang Kai was different from the one recorded in the pill recipe, even though it was refined with the same materials. None of them noticed that during the refining process, Yang Kai had dripped a drop of his pure golden blood into the pill furnace. Only when a pill has a spirit can it be called a spirit pill. This was the last sentence recorded in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Yang Kai understood from it that if he wanted to refine a spirit pill, he must have a pill spirit. A monster beast's monster core could be used as a pill spirit, and his pure golden blood could also be used as a pill spirit. Moreover, it was even better than a monster beast's monster core. After all, his pure golden blood contained unimaginable vitality and vitality. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't use his golden blood to refine a spirit pill. Golden blood was extremely precious and was more valuable than a spirit pill. But this time, since he was going to save Shui Yu's little miss, Yang Kai wasn't going to be stingy. It was because of his golden blood as a pill spirit that this spirit pill emitted a faint golden light. Everyone can check if this is the Soul Source Restoration Pill or not, Aio said as he handed the spirit pill over to the numerous alchemists. The alchemists didn't refuse. One of them accepted the pill while the others gathered around to observe and analyze it. In the end, they determined that this was definitely the Soul Source Restoration Pill, and its medicinal efficacies seemed to be slightly stronger than what was recorded. This made their gazes towards Yang Kai become more dignified and respectful. They subconsciously felt that Yang Kai had modified the Soul Source Restoration Pill's pill recipe, which was why it was able to reach this level. If one wanted to refine the Soul Source Restoration Pill, they needed to be an Origin King-grade alchemist, and to modify the pill recipe of this spirit pill, one needed to be at least an Origin King-grade mid-rank or even high-rank alchemist. Every pill recipe had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, experienced countless epochs, and was perfected by countless geniuses. How difficult was it to modify? It was even more difficult to improve a pill recipe. But today, they saw it with Yang Kai. They immediately understood. Yang Kai should be an Origin King-grade mid-rank or high-rank alchemist. Thinking of this, all the alchemists were shocked, because they discovered that this person not only had a powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, but also had attainments in the alchemic Tao that surpassed all of them. Could he be an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years in disguise? Otherwise, with his apparent age, how could he achieve such a feat? Grandmaster, do you want to check? Aio looked at Zwada, who had a pale face, and asked. Zuoda's previous approach and attitude made AIO very unhappy. But at this moment, seeing this alchemy grandmaster of the Star Territory in such a state, AIO couldn't bear it. After all, the other party was also an Origin King Great Alchemist. If he really couldn't recover from this setback, it would be a loss to the entire Star Territory. Zuoda slowly shook his head. In that case, this competition? AIO was about to announce the result of this competition when the alchemists suddenly became anxious. Someone shouted, "President, there is still one more spirit pill. Take it out and let us have a look." "Yes. What's the matter with the second spirit pill? Let us have a look." 2 spirit pills flew out of the pill furnace just now. This was what everyone saw, but no one could understand what was going on. The alchemist's thirst for knowledge was very strong. How could they allow AIO to be so vague? AIO couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at Yang Kai with a complicated look. When he opened the jade bottle, he had already sneaked a peek at the second spirit pill. And when he saw it clearly, he was so scared that he almost threw the jade bottle away. So now, the many alchemists' requests made him feel a little embarrassed. "Are you sure you want to see it?" AIO asked when he saw that Yang Kai didn't object. "Of course we want to see it. President, don't hide it." Fine. Take a look for yourselves." While speaking, AIO threw the jade bottle in his hand forward. An alchemist dressed like a middle-aged man quickly caught the jade bottle and took a look inside. Suddenly, he froze on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently. His eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. Brother Zhao, what's going on? Quickly tell us." Someone couldn't help but urge when they saw him looking like he had seen a ghost. The middle-aged man didn't respond. "Damn it, I'll see for myself." The alchemist next to him cursed and snatched the jade bottle away. In the next moment, this alchemist's throat made a meaningless sound. Just like the previous middle-aged man, he stood on the spot with his eyes wide open. The jade bottle passed from one alchemist to another. But every alchemist who saw the spirit pill inside the jade bottle couldn't help but be shocked. If someone who didn't know the truth saw it, they might mistakenly think that the jade bottle contained a poison pill. The strong toxicity emitted from the poison pill had poisoned all these alchemists. Zuoda's expression changed. When he saw the scene in front of him, he already had a vague guess. But the idea that emerged in his mind was something he couldn't believe no matter how hard he tried. He walked forward shakily, no longer having the demeanor of an expert. He snatched the jade bottle from the hands of a frozen alchemist and poured out the spirit pill in the bottle onto his palm. A faint golden light enveloped the spirit pill. The spirit pill was still round, full, and transparent. But this spirit pill was very different from the previous one. There were clear and organized lines on this spirit pill. Just like the meridians in a cultivator's body, they were distributed all over the surface of the spirit pill. If these lines were spread out, they would inevitably form a complicated pattern that contained the truth of heaven and earth. "Pill veins," Zuoda exclaimed. His old body shook violently like a willow branch swaying in the wind. It wasn't that Yang Kai had never refined pills with pill veins before. He was now an Origin King Great Alchemist and had refined countless pills over the course of several thousand years. During this period, there had always been some lucky ones that had formed pill veins. There were even low-level pills that had pill clouds. These spirit pills with pill veins and pill clouds were Zuoda's pride and glory as an alchemist. But this was the first time he had seen an Origin King Grade spirit pill with pill veins. Chapter 1915. He lost. He was utterly defeated. When the second spirit pill with pill veins appeared in front of him, Zuoda knew that his loss this time wasn't unjustified at all. Not only could Yang Kai refine 2 spirit pills at once, but one of them even had pill veins. This kind of ability was beyond his reach. It wasn't until this moment that the unyielding look on Zuoda's face gradually dissipated. He looked a little disheartened. He took a deep breath and put the spirit pill with pill veins into a jade bottle. He cupped his hands towards Yang Kai and said in a deep voice, "Grandmaster Yang's skill is amazing. Zuoda admires you." Yang Kai looked at Zuoda in surprise. He didn't expect him to say such a thing. He thought that this old man wouldn't admit defeat so easily with his unyielding look and character. Who would have thought that it would end like this? Seeing that Zwada was so respectful to Yang Kai, many alchemists cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Yang. We had eyes but failed to see before. If we have offended you, we hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive us." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't blame those who don't know." His magnanimous look made everyone have a better impression of him. Without mentioning anything else, Yang Kai himself was a second-order origin king, and his personal strength ranked among the top in the entire star field. Coupled with his identity as an origin king-grade alchemist, he could be said to be the most valuable and respected person in the entire star field. No one would refute him. What was rare was that he was so broad-minded. He didn't care about everyone's rudeness before. This was definitely the demeanor of a true grandmaster. It was many times better than Zwada's way of fishing for fame. Ling apologized to Grandmaster. After admitting defeat, Zwada's temperament seemed to have changed. Not only did he correct his attitude, he even asked his granddaughter to apologize to Yang Kai. Zhualing looked reluctant and shyly hid behind Zwada's back. Zwada was about to reprimand her. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The child is not sensible. Master, please don't make things difficult for her. I don't care about it." Pausing for a moment, he turned to AIO and said, "President AIO, this old master would like to enter seclusion for a year and a half. After my seclusion ends, this old master will fulfill his bet with Grandmaster Yang on time every year. This old master will take his leave first." While they were talking, he returned the elixir refined by Yang Kai. Without waiting for AIO's permission, he walked out with Zhualing. AIO did not stop him. He only said, "Take care, Grandmaster." He knew that Zwada didn't have the face to continue staying here. It was already very rare for him to sincerely apologize to Yang Kai and correct his mentality. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. A famous person like Zwada would always want to maintain some face. "Master, wait for me." Zhang Yuan saw that Zwada had left. How could he dare to stay here? While shouting, he hurriedly chased after Zwada. Before, he had always been against Yang Kai, ridiculing him. At this moment, his intestines turned green. If he had known that Yang Kai had such an ability, how could he have been so blind? It was too late to please him. Looking at Zwada's seemingly old and bleak back, Yang Kai sighed slightly. AIO's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked, "Grandmaster Yang, why are you sighing?" After seeing Yang Kai's alchemy skills, he immediately changed the way he addressed Yang Kai. Brother was a close name, but Grandmaster was a respectful name. It could be seen that Yang Kai's status in AIO's mind had undergone a huge change. Yang Kai was the only one who could refine an Origin King-grade mid-rank spirit pill with pill veins in the entire star territory. Moreover, AIO heard that Yang Kai had a good relationship with Shueyu. He even came to Watermoon Star to visit Shueyu. AIO was already thinking about how to keep Yang Kai in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. This was definitely more than a dozen times more valuable than worshipping Zwada. "I'm just feeling sorry for Grandmaster Zwada," Yang Kai said lightly. "Huh?" AIO was confused. "What do you mean?" "I'm afraid Grandmaster Zwada's alchemy Dao won't be able to make any progress in the future." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. AIO's expression changed slightly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly seemed to understand something and asked, "Is it the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone?" And Grandmaster questioned the heavenly Dao Tone before. Fortunately, he came to his senses in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his alchemy skills. He would be excluded from the alchemy Dao and would never be able to refine pills again. AIO was shocked. The Grand Alchemic Dao Tone actually has such an effect? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "President AIO, if you are excluded by the martial Dao, your foundation will also be destroyed." AIO said seriously, "If the heavenly Dao Tone were to resound one day, this king would not miss the opportunity. He would definitely comprehend it well." "The heavenly Dao Tone is too far away." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Triggering the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone this time was something he didn't expect. He didn't expect such a thing to happen at all. Because his opponent was an Origin King-grade alchemist, and the spirit pill he was refining was an Origin King-grade mid-rank spirit pill. Yang Kai only wanted to do his best and didn't think too much about it. When he displayed all the insights he had gained from the true alchemic way, it triggered such a heavenly vision and unearthed the ultimate mysteries of the heavens and earth itself. Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai found it a little unbelievable. If he were to do it again, he would never be able to trigger the grand alchemic Tao tone. President Master, aren't you busy today? An alchemist suddenly glared at AIO. He was an Origin-grade mid-rank alchemist, the same level as Zhang Yuan. Usually, he would be very respectful when he saw AIO, but today, he put on such a posture of denouncing him. He wasn't afraid of AIO at all, which surprised AIO. I'm fine. AIO didn't know if he had offended the other party or why he was asking such a question. President, Master handles all the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, big and small. How could he not be busy? President, you should go up. Yes. President, there are a lot of things for you to deal with in the Chamber of Commerce. What are you still doing here? Farewell, President Master. All the alchemists said in unison. AIO's jaw dropped as he looked at the hundreds of alchemists in front of him. Suddenly understanding, he laughed in surprise. So that's what you meant. You should have said so earlier. While speaking, he kept shaking his head and scolded with a smile. What kind of character is this, father? I'm actually not welcome here. President, you're so long-winded. Some of the alchemists were dissatisfied. They were still waiting to ask Grandmaster Yang Kai about alchemy, but President AIO was just standing here and chattering, occupying the Grandmaster's time. How hateful! If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat him, they should have swarmed up and beaten him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. AIO's expression turned solemn as he coldly snorted, "This king remembers now. Who was the one who said that he wanted to leave my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and find another job? Stand up and let this king see." As soon as this statement came out, many alchemists couldn't help but shrink their necks and quickly hide in the crowd. They were afraid that AIO would target them. Everyone said so before. It was because of his respect for Grandmasters Wadi that AIO brought up this matter now. Obviously, he was using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Wherever AIO's gaze passed, no one dared to look at him. AIO's expression suddenly became smug, like a big rooster who had won a battle. When did he become so overbearing in front of so many alchemists, and no one dared to look him in the eye? Alchemists had very strange tempers. They didn't care if you were an Origin King Realm Master or not, as long as you delayed their alchemy and hindered their study of alchemy. Therefore, AIO often had to speak carefully when facing these alchemists. Today, he finally tasted the feeling of being high and mighty. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was extremely proud. Not bad. It seems that the Chamber of Commerce didn't raise you in vain. You all know how to solve this king's worries. You are all very good. President, is there any problem with Madame Gu? Isn't she waiting for the soul source restoration pill? Before the voice from the crowd could finish speaking, AIO rushed out as if he had been injected with chicken blood, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn it! I was so proud that I forgot that Madame Gu was still suffering and unconscious. AIO felt extremely guilty at this moment. The guy who got in the way is finally gone. The group of alchemists couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they suddenly surrounded Yang Kai. Pairs of bright eyes stared at him fanatically as if they wanted to eat him. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Without waiting for them to take the initiative to speak, he raised his hand and said, "Everyone, I know what you want to do. This king also has some time now. Why don't we find a place to have a good chat? I'm afraid we can't do it here. So many fellow alchemists are still meditating." The more than 200 alchemists who had benefited from the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone were still meditating with their eyes closed. They hadn't woken up yet. Obviously, they had gained a lot. The rest of them didn't benefit from the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone, so naturally, they turned their attention to Yang Kai. Listening to the words of a gentleman was better than refining pills for 10 years. How could they miss such a good opportunity? It was just that they didn't know how to bring it up. They didn't expect Yang Kai to be so approachable and take the initiative to bring it up. The alchemists were overjoyed. They immediately knew that Yang Kai and Zhuodai were two different kinds of people. They had asked Zhuodai for advice before, but Grandmaster Zhuodai's temper wasn't very good. He would either reprimand them or talk about it casually. Most of the time, they couldn't understand the main points. But looking at Yang Kai's posture, he was obviously going to talk about the Tao of alchemy. How could they not be happy? Someone immediately suggested, "Let's go to the 8th floor. There is no one on the 8th floor now." Yes, yes, yes. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster Yang, please. The group of alchemists gestured respectfully with their hands. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would never think that these alchemists were arrogant alchemists. Yang Kai wasn't overly modest. The Tao of alchemy and the Tao of martial arts were all about the master. Although he was young and almost everyone present was more senior than him in terms of seniority, he was far ahead in both the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of martial arts. If he was too modest, he would be hypocritical. So, he took the lead and led the way to the 8th floor. The group of alchemists followed in an orderly manner. Chapter 1916. The environment on the 8th floor of the Alchemist Pavilion was similar to the 9th floor, but the earth fire wasn't as strong as the 9th floor. The crowd didn't pay much attention to it. They just sat cross-legged in the hall, facing Yang Kai and listening to him explain the mysteries of the alchemy Tao. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain the alchemy Tao to so many alchemists, even if his alchemy skills were better than everyone else's. Being able to concoct pills was one thing, and being able to explain the Tao to others was another. The latter required one to reach an extremely high realm before one could have this ability. But it was different now. The grand alchemic Tao tone had been ringing in Yang Kai's ears for an entire day, imprinting the secrets of the alchemy Tao into his mind like a brand. His understanding of the alchemy Tao had reached a new height, an unprecedented height. It was easy for him to explain the Tao to these Saint King grade and Origin grade alchemists. Yang Kai talked about the Tao of alchemy for 3 days, from how to choose herbs, distinguish between good and bad pill recipes, to condensing medicinal liquids, controlling the heat, inscribing spirit arrays, and finally to the pill condensing technique. All the alchemists listened with fascination, not noticing the passage of time at all. From time to time, someone would reveal a look of surprise, obviously because the problems that had been troubling them were suddenly solved by Yang Kai's pointers. Yang Kai himself also benefited greatly. Through his explanation of the Tao of alchemy to these alchemists, he gained a higher level of understanding of the grand alchemic Tao tone brand in his mind. In the beginning, he would sometimes ponder on it, but towards the end, he didn't stop talking and just opened his mouth. Everything he said was the secrets of alchemy that ordinary alchemists couldn't even grasp in their lifetime. Some alchemists who woke up from the 9th floor walked to the 8th floor and sat down cross-legged quietly, listening attentively. After experiencing the opportunity of the grand alchemic Tao tone, they once again gained great benefits from Yang Kai. 3 days later, more than 500 alchemists on the 8th floor sat in front of Yang Kai, looking up at him with solemn expressions. Even Zhong Ao was no exception. Yang Kai had already seen him walk in. He just nodded slightly and didn't stop talking about the Tao of alchemy. Suddenly, Yang Kai's voice stopped. The 8th floor of the Alchemist Pavilion was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing was suppressed to the extreme. When Kai Yang no longer made any sound, everyone knew. This time's lecture on the Tao of alchemy Tao was over. There was no one who didn't reveal an expression of wanting to continue. Yang Kai stood up with a smile and cupped his fists. That's all for today. Many thanks for your support. More than 500 alchemists all stood up. Yang Kai's master. Thank you, Grandmaster Yang's hard work. Kai Yang was stunned for a moment, but soon felt relieved. Because of Zhuodai's unintentional pointers many years ago, Zhan Yuan had always regarded himself as Zhuodai's disciple and called Zhuodai his teacher. In 2. For 3 alchemists, they couldn't call himself teacher. The alchemist profession valued inheritance very much. Yang Kai was so selfless. He taught them his alchemy experience and understanding. Although it couldn't make them succeed overnight, it was definitely a great kindness. Especially that magical pill condensing technique. If these people could fully comprehend it, it would definitely bring a huge change to the alchemy Tao of the entire Star Territory. After all, according to the knowledge of alchemists, one set of materials could only be used to refine one spirit pill, but with the special pill condensing technique, one set of materials could be used to condense 2, 3, or even 4 to 5 spirit pills. This was equivalent to greatly reducing the cost of refining a spirit pill and increasing the amount of spirit pills produced. If this method was popularized, the cultivator in the star territory would no longer have to worry about not having enough spirit pills to eat. In any case, from now on, these 500 alchemists above Saint King grade were Yang Kai's disciples. Even Zhong Ao was no exception. This was definitely a force that would shake the entire star territory. Who could guarantee that among these 500 people, how many of them would become Origin King grade alchemists in the future? Yang Kai didn't act pretentiously. He cupped his fists in return and said, "Everyone is too polite. Grandmaster Yang, this disciple is very concerned about something you said before. This disciple has some doubts in his heart. I don't know if I should ask." A middle-aged alchemist who looked like a beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Madam, please feel free to ask. If this king can answer, he will not keep it to himself." Yang Kai responded with a smile. "I'm sure you all believe in Grandmaster Yang's character. It's just that, Grandmaster, before you competed with Grandmasters Wada in alchemy, you said that there was an alchemist who was better than Grandmasters Wada, and even better than you. Is this true?" As soon as this statement came out, someone immediately echoed, "Yes, yes, yes, I also heard that. But how could such a thing be possible? Grandmaster Yang's alchemy skills have already reached perfection. Who in this world can surpass him in alchemy?" Grandmaster Yang said it casually at that time. "How could you believe it?" "I didn't say it casually." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "There is indeed such a person in this world who is better than me in alchemy." "Impossible? There is such a person?" "Grandmaster Yang, you are too modest." The group of alchemists below made an uproar. They didn't want to believe Yang Kai's words at all. They all felt that Yang Kai only said that because he was being modest. After all, everyone had more or less figured out Yang Kai's temperament. He was amiable and didn't put on airs. "I'm not being modest," Yang Kai said seriously. "It's hard to say now. Maybe I am a little better than that person, but she was definitely better than me in the past. In the future, she will also be better than me." "Who is this person?" All the alchemists were shocked. From Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that he wasn't exaggerating. They all wanted to know who that person was. "As far as I know, Grandmaster Wada's alchemy is one of the best in the entire star territory. Even if there is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, they will never surpass him. The person Grandmaster Yang is talking about, you don't have to guess. That person is not famous. She is a senior sister of mine. Like me, she is an unknown existence." Yang Kai explained. "She is Grandmaster Yang's senior sister? No wonder she is so capable. Could it be that Grandmaster Yang is from an alchemy sect? Both his senior sister and junior sister have reached the Origin King grade. Grandmaster Yang, where's your sect? Can this disciple go and find a master?" As soon as this statement came out, all the alchemists looked eagerly at Yang Kai. A sect that could cultivate 2 Origin King grade alchemists was definitely a holy land revered by all alchemists. If they could enter that sect, how bad could their future achievements be? There was only one thought in everyone's mind now, and that was to ask where Yang Kai's sect was. Even if they couldn't join it, they could still go and observe. Maybe they could gain something. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "If President Ao heard you, he would never let me go. If Ao knew that these 500 or so alchemists wanted to join High Heaven sect, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. They were the elites of the entire Hongluo Chamber of Commerce. The spirit pills produced by the Chamber of Commerce depended on these people. If they all left, the Chamber of Commerce's business would collapse. Let's not talk about this anymore. If there is a chance in the future, this king welcomes you to visit. That's all for today. Everyone, go into retreat and meditate." Yang Kai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave if he kept talking. Hearing him say this, everyone no longer made things difficult for him. What they really needed now was to enter secluded meditation and quickly digest what they had obtained over the past few days. Immediately, many alchemists dispersed, and hurriedly returned to their residences to enter seclusion. Zhong Ao, however, didn't leave. It wasn't until the alchemist pavilion was empty that he and Yang Kai were the only ones left that he asked with a strange expression, "Should I call you Honored Master or Grandmaster Yang?" "Grandmaster Zhong Ao, how can I bear to hear you say that?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Come on, calling me Grandmaster makes me feel a little ashamed." Zhong Ao rolled his eyes. "Who dares to call themselves Grandmaster in front of you? Then let's be like before. Let's not embarrass each other." Yang Kai smiled and patted Zhong Ao on the shoulder before changing the topic. His expression became serious as he asked in a low voice, "Can you break through to the Origin King grade this time?" Zhong Ao's eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "It seems that I can't hide from your eyes." When the grand alchemic Dao tone sounded, "You were the first to sit down. When I was talking about the alchemic Dao just now, you seem to have gained a lot. Obviously, you have made progress." "Yes, I have comprehended a lot." Although the grand alchemic Dao tone was untraceable, it allowed me to listen to many mysteries. Combined with your explanation, I have also comprehended a lot. However, the promotion of an alchemist is different from the promotion of a cultivator. It is not something that can be achieved by accumulating enough strength. I still need to enter retreat for a while. If I can refine an Origin King grade spirit pill by the time I come out, it means that I am an Origin King grade alchemist. Then I will wait for your good news." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Yang Kai, thank you," Zhong Ao suddenly said with a serious expression. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, "This is your own opportunity. No need to thank me. You should hurry up and enter retreat. I hope that when you come out, there will be another Origin King grade alchemist in the Star Territory." "I hope so." Zhong Ao nodded. "Then I will take my leave first." Yang Kai nodded and watched Zhong Ao leave. After Zhong Ao's figure disappeared, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Long Tianshang's aura had long disappeared. Yang Kai didn't care and his figure flickered, disappearing from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already outside the alchemist hall. A familiar figure was waiting anxiously outside. When he saw Yang Kai suddenly appear in front of him, he couldn't help but be startled. But soon, he felt relieved. After all, Yang Kai's strength was profound, so it was natural for him to be able to do this. He quickly cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at Shin Tu in amazement. Chapter 1917. It's a new month. Please recommend me. Time really passes by so quickly. The one waiting for Yang Kai outside the alchemist hall was Shin Tuesday. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Shin Tu quickly answered, "Father asked me to wait for you here." "Is there something you need from me, President Aio?" Yang Kai asked. "It's nothing. It's just that." Little mother woke up and heard that it was you who refined the pill for her, so she insisted on thanking you in person. "If Brother Yang has time, please come with me," Shintu said seriously. "Sure," Yang Kai nodded. Then, the two walked side by side. Gu Baihu waking up was within Yang Kai's expectations. After all, Aio had given Gu Baihu a drop of immortal source liquid before this, which had healed the wounds on her body. The reason why she had been in a coma was entirely due to the damage to her soul. A single soul source restoration pill was enough to solve this problem. What's more, the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai had formed pill veins. Its medicinal effect was several times stronger than an ordinary soul source restoration pill. With this spirit pill nourishing her soul, it would be strange if Gu Baihu didn't wake up. She could even benefit her soul with the help of that spirit pill. On the way, Shintu glanced at Yang Kai from time to time with a strange expression. He seemed to want to say something, but then stopped. The corner of Shun Tu's mouth twitched as he asked solemnly, "I just want to know, are you really an Origin King grade alchemist? Did you really refine that spirit pill?" He had known Yang Kai for a long time. Although they hadn't had much contact, he had never thought that Yang Kai would not only have great achievements in the martial Dao, but also in the alchemic Dao. Compared to Yang Kai's origin returning realm cultivation was simply trash. In the past, he boasted about his outstanding talent, but now, Shin Tu had been beaten black and blue. "I am indeed an Origin King grade alchemist. I also refined that spirit pill." Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Shintu slapped his thigh in annoyance. He said, "So, the matter of you competing with Grandmasters Wadi in alchemy is also true? Oh, has the news spread?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I'm afraid that no one in the entire Water Sky City doesn't know about it," Shintu said with a sad face. "If I had known earlier, I would have followed you to Water Sky City and missed such a good show. This young master has been unhappy with that Zwada for a long time. It must be very pleasing to see him being attacked. However, Brother Yang, do you know my Lil Miss? Never seen it before. Why? I've never seen him before. Why are you willing to use your 2,000 years of freedom to compete with Zwada in alchemy?" When Lil Miss learned of this matter, she blamed father for not stopping you. Yang Kai laughed, "Because I know I won't lose. So what if the stakes are high?" When Shintu heard this, he couldn't help giving Yang Kai a big thumbs up and saying, "In any case, Little Miss has a very good impression of you. You will know when we meet later." The two continued talking. Soon, they arrived in front of a manor. This place was also inside Water Sky City, but the surrounding environment was extremely beautiful and quiet. This should be the place where Gu Bai Hu was recuperating. The manor was covered in barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and was secretly shocked when he noticed how powerful those barriers were. After entering the manor, there was a small bridge over flowing water. The tinkling sound of stringed and woodwind instruments entered their ears, making them feel relaxed and happy. Shintu led Yang Kai all the way inside, and no one dared to stop them. Not long after, they arrived at the deepest part of the manor. There was a purple bamboo forest here, and there was a very simple-looking house in the middle of the bamboo forest. Yang Kai sensed the aura of 3 people in the bamboo house. One was President Aio, one was Shuiyu, and there was an unfamiliar aura. Presumably, it was Gu Bai Hu. Shintu stood outside the bamboo house and said loudly, "Father, Master, Brother Yang is here. Please come in." Aio's voice came from inside the house. Shintu smiled at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please." Yang Kai nodded gently and walked straight forward. After entering the bamboo house, Yang Kai immediately felt 3 pairs of eyes looking at him. Before he could take a look at the facilities in the house, President Aio walked over with a big laugh and patted Yang Kai's shoulder fiercely, saying, "Brother Yang, this AI must thank you properly this time. If it weren't for you, my wife wouldn't have been able to wake up so smoothly." He slapped Yang Kai's shoulder with great force, and although he didn't use any Saint Chi, the sound of his palm hitting Yang Kai's shoulder still rang out. Shuiyu stood to the side with a strange expression. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He cupped his fists and said, "President Aio is too polite. Shuiyu and I are friends. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning. It may be a trivial matter for you, but for me and my wife, it is a life-saving grace. This AI will never forget this kindness." Aio's expression turned solemn. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other side. Ever since he came in, there was a pair of bright eyes in the room that kept sizing him up with a sense of scrutiny. The owner of those eyes was naturally Gu Bai Hu. When Yang Kai looked back, Gu Bai Hu smiled at Yang Kai. She didn't look very old, dressed like a woman in her 20s or 30s. Her martial Dao cultivation was at the peak of the origin returning realm. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her face was still a little pale, but it added a sickly beauty to her. Sure enough, she is an outstanding beauty. Yang Kai understood. Otherwise, Aio wouldn't have paid so much attention to her. "You are Grandmaster Yang? Sure enough, you are a dragon among men. Your appearance is extraordinary." Gu Bai Hu's red lips parted slightly. Her voice was very soft, but it was very pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai's expression changed. He subconsciously felt that Gu Bai Hu was praising him like this. It was a bit strange. She was just an origin returning realm cultivator, while he was already a second-order origin king. It was a bit rude for her to talk to him like an elder talking to a junior. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Mrs. Gu." Gu Bai Hu coughed a few times and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Yang is too polite. My life was saved by you. I should be the one to visit you and thank you in person. However, in my current situation, It is really inconvenient for me to move around. I can only ask Shintu to invite you over. Grandmaster Yang won't blame me, right? How could I dare? Mrs. Gu is an elder of Shuiyu. Shuiyu and I are friends. Naturally, I should be the one to visit. Gu Baihu nodded gently. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai. This made Aio, who was watching from the side, confused. He hurriedly said, I was just discussing with Mrs. Gu before. How should I thank you? It's just that I really can't think of a good idea at the moment. How about this, Brother Yang? You tell me yourself. What do you want? As long as this AI can do it, I will definitely do it for you. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look up at Shuiyu. Feeling his gaze, Shuiyu quickly looked away and pretended to be calm. Gu Baihu observed from the side. Suddenly, she chuckled and said softly, I suddenly have an idea. Oh? What idea does Mrs. Gu have? Why don't you tell me? Aio was overjoyed. He hurriedly looked at her. Gu Baihu smiled slightly. She didn't speak. Instead, she waved to Shuiyu and Yang Kai. The two looked at each other. They didn't know what Gu Baihu wanted to do, but they both came to her bedside. Gu Baihu stretched out her hands. She held Shuiyu's hand in one hand and Yang Kai's hand in the other. Then, she joined them in the middle. Yang Kai and Shuiyu's hands were joined together. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Grandmaster Yang, are you satisfied with this thank you gift? Yang Kai was startled, but soon, he smiled and praised, Mrs. Gu is very intelligent. This Yang is very satisfied with this thank you gift. Shuiyu was also stunned for a moment. When she understood what Gu Baihu meant, her pretty face flushed red. She pouted and stomped her feet. Little miss. Aio's eyes widened. He watched from the side for a while. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He asked in astonishment, Mrs. Gu, what is this? You still don't understand? Gu Baihu glanced at Aio and said leisurely, Grandmaster Yang probably already knew Shuiyu's secret. The two of them might have already fallen in love. What? Aio turned pale with fright. He immediately changed his previous amiable attitude and looked at Yang Kai with hostility. Yang Kai ignored his hostility and smiled faintly. Mrs. Gu is right. I actually knew that Shuiyu was a woman a long time ago. But how did Mrs. Gu find out? I didn't reveal any obvious flaws, did I? I believe Shuiyu wouldn't have told you about this. Gu Baihu smiled gently and said, It's very simple. You and I don't know each other. Why would you bet 2,000 years of freedom with Grandmaster's Wade for me? Since I don't have the ability to make you do this, and neither does my husband. The only explanation is Shuiyu. A man will only sacrifice himself for a woman regardless of the cost. Yang Kai revealed a look of realization. So, Mrs. Gu has already guessed this after waking up? Well, I guessed it, but I wasn't sure. That's why I called you over. Through my observation just now, I am sure. Mrs. Gu is really smart. Yang Kai praised. She could infer that he and Shuiyu were in love with each other from such little information. This was definitely not something an ordinary woman could do. It seemed that this Gu Baihu wasn't just beautiful. Shuiyu, is this true? Aio's old face was so dark that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Shuiyu bit her red lips and nodded slightly. You really piss me off. Aio had a look of disappointment on his face. He had trained Shuiyu as the next successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect that Shuiyu would be in love with another man. When he remembered that he had called Yang Kai Brother Yang many times, Aio couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. No wonder this brat had such a strange expression at that time. So this was the reason. Thinking of this, Aio suddenly felt that he had suffered a big loss. Shuiyu is not young anymore. You have raised her as a boy since she was a child. Are you going to let her pretend to be a man for the rest of her life? Gu Baihu looked at Aio and said seriously, any woman should pursue her own happiness. Grandmaster Yang is the best choice in terms of character, appearance, and cultivation. He is worthy of Shuiyu. What's rare is that both of them have feelings for each other. You don't have to worry about this matter. Chapter 1918. No. Aio's face darkened as he immediately denied, everything else can be discussed, but I won't agree to this. Shuiyu's face darkened. Husband, You should also consider Shui Yu's situation. Her standards are so high. How many people in this world can catch her eye? Are you willing to see her be alone for the rest of her life? Gu Baihu gently persuaded. The heart of a cultivator is the highest of the martial Tao. It won't be too late to have sex after reaching the great accomplishment stage. Aio's face was still dark, not relenting in the slightest. Gu Baihu suddenly smiled sweetly and said with a smile, "It seems that this madam will not be able to talk to you properly." Hearing this, Aio's face changed as he exclaimed, "Hey, madam, what do you want to do?" "I'm not planning anything." Gu Baihu gently sneered, "President Aio, you have been ambitious and ruthless for generations. You hold the power of the Chamber of Commerce in your hands, and in your heart, the martial Tao is the highest. I'm afraid this little girl has no place in your heart. You are now some distance away from reaching the great accomplishment stage. Since you said that it won't be too late to have sex after reaching the great accomplishment stage, this little girl can only leave you and not delay your great martial Tao undertaking." While speaking, Gu Baihu was on the verge of tears. Her disheartened expression, coupled with her sickly pale beauty, was truly pitiful. Aio panicked and hurriedly stepped forward, pushing away Yang Kai and Shui Yu, grabbing Gu Baihu's hands and anxiously saying, "Madam, I didn't mean that. I was just teaching Shui Yu a lesson. I didn't say, I understand what you mean." Gu Baihu stretched out her hand and wiped the sparkling tears from the corners of her eyes. "President Master, rest assured, this little girl will rest here for a few days. When I can get out of bed, I will leave. I will definitely not delay your great martial Tao undertaking. When you stand at the peak of the martial Tao one day, this little girl will accompany you. This little girl will accompany you and never leave you." She gently bit her thin lips and tilted her head as if she was heartbroken, tears rolling down her cheeks as she spoke. "Madam," Aio was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say at all. He was so anxious that he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Gu Baihu to admit his mistake. But when he thought about how Yang Kai and Shui Yu were still watching the show from the side, how could he swallow his pride? He turned around and glared at Yang Kai and Shui Yu. "Well, Father, Master, your daughter will take her leave first." Shui Yu understood and knew that the following scene was not suitable for children. She quickly pulled a Yang Kai and fled. Yang Kai also hurriedly cupped his fists and left with Shui Yu. Before leaving, Yang Kai noticed Gu Baihu winking at him. She had an expression that said, "Don't panic." Yang Kai grinned. He knew that although Aio looked like a burly man, he must also be a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Otherwise, he would not value Gu Baihu so much. But then again, if one day Su Yin, Xianing Chong, or even Shanqing Luo were to use this move on him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The land of warmth, the hero's mound, the eternal truth. Outside the bamboo house, Shen Tu was nowhere to be seen. He had long since disappeared. The bamboo house's barrier was instantly activated, and no sound could be heard from inside. Even Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to probe, but he couldn't penetrate it. He could only give up. "Mrs. Gu." Yang Kai thought about it, but didn't know what adjective to use to describe her. After all, Gu Baihu was now his elder. It was inappropriate to evaluate her, so he could only say, "She seems to value you very much. And little miss is very good to us. And she is very amiable, so we all respect her." Shui Yu smiled. "Only she can control Father. Don't look at how obedient Father is in front of little Mississippi. In front of others, he is a different person." "I can imagine." Yang Kai nodded. After all, he was the president of a union. How could he not have some dignity and power? Shui Yu suddenly poked Yang Kai quietly and asked bluntly, "When are you going to marry me?" "HM?" Yang Kai looked at Shui Yu in amazement and said with a faint smile, "Are you so sure that Mrs. Gu can handle President Aio? Little Miss has personally taken action. How could Father not compromise? Besides, even without Little Miss, with your identity and cultivation, Father will still consider it. So there is no other possibility." "Then you can't wait to get married?" Yang Kai stared into Shui Yu's beautiful eyes. Shui Yu blushed and stamped her feet. "So what? With such an outstanding person like you, if I don't take the initiative, how can I have a place in your heart in the future?" Yang Kai was stunned and speechless. Shui Yu coldly snorted and stepped forward, reaching out and poking Yang Kai's chest, gnashing her teeth. Tell me, in addition to the Dragon Lady Shan Qingluo I saw in the Emperor Garden before, how many women do you have? What are their names? Shui Yu said a few words and poked Yang Kai, a burst of Saint Qi hidden between her slender jade fingers. After a dozen pokes, Yang Kai couldn't help coughing a few times and said with a guilty conscience, there really aren't many. What do you mean by not many? Shui Yu squinted. Yang Kai raised 2 fingers. Who are they? Are they worthy of you? My 2 senior sisters. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Childhood sweethearts. Shui Yu was surprised and immediately said with some annoyance, there is no hope for the first branch, and there is no place for me in the second or third branch. Can I only be the 4th branch? She suddenly became unhappy and ground her teeth. How many are you going to find in the future? There is no future, Yang Kai said sternly. Shui Yu chuckled and said with a fake smile, is it really okay for you to say such things? Be careful that I don't catch you in the future. When the time comes, I will tell the 3 sisters. Can you bear it? There is really no future. Yang Kai made a solemn vow. He looked at Shui Yu with a sincere face, his eyes clear and honest. He reached out and held Shui Yu's soft hand and said tenderly, it is enough to have you. Shui Yu's face turned slightly red and her heart was filled with sweetness. She lowered her head and said angrily, mushy? Done. Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. While the 2 were talking, the door of the bamboo house suddenly opened and President Aio's sturdy body walked out. Shui Yu was like a frightened rabbit. She quickly pulled her hand out of Yang Kai's grasp and took 2 steps back. Aio's eyes were like thunder and lightning as he looked in the direction of the 2. Obviously, he had discovered something, but he didn't say anything. He just snorted coldly and waved at Yang Kai with a sullen face, saying rudely, boy, come with me. After saying that, he walked directly in a certain direction. From Brother Yang to Master Yang and now to this boy. It was clear that President Aio's impression of Yang Kai had changed. Yang Kai smiled and turned to Shui Yu, saying, I'll go talk to Senior. You can go back first. I'll come find you. Shui Yu opened her mouth and wanted to follow, but she also knew that it was not convenient for her to interrupt the 2 men's conversation. She could only say, be careful. If my father makes things difficult for you, bear with it if you can. Later, I will make it up to you. After saying that, she ran away with a red face. Yang Kai showed an expression of reverie. Boy, get your ass over here. Aio stood not far away and urged with dissatisfaction. I'm coming. Yang Kai knew that he had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the confrontation with Gu Baihu. At this moment, he was in a bad mood, so he didn't care at all. Yang Kai trotted to Aio and stood in front of him. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fists and said, Yang Kai greets the future. Father-in-law, master. Boy, what did you call me? Aio jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Hee. Yang Kai laughed dryly. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Boy, if you want to marry Shui Yu, there's no room for discussion. Aio glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy face. Really? Yang Kai was stunned. Absolutely not. Aio squinted and said in a deep voice. He looked like he would never yield even if he was struck by lightning. I see. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. That boy seems to have nothing to say to Senior. Let's leave it at that for now. I will leave Water Sky City tomorrow. This time, it was Aio's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so easy to talk to. He thought that this boy would shamelessly pester him, but he didn't expect him to back off. Aio was overjoyed. If this was the case, then he could give an explanation to Gu Baihu. Anyway, he wasn't the one who forced him to leave. He was the one who took the initiative to leave. It had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Yang Kai sigh heavily, Ai, but if I leave here, I'm afraid that the 500 or so alchemists of the Hall of Healing will have to leave with me. What do you mean? Aio suddenly became nervous. Hee. I forgot to tell President Aio that after you left, I gave a lecture on alchemy for a few days. Now, I can be considered as a half-master of those alchemists. They originally wanted to follow me to learn alchemy, but I thought that since we are all family, following me would be the same as staying in the Hall of Healing. So, I didn't agree. But now that I don't have such fate with Shuiyu, I won't force it. If I leave, I'm afraid that they will have to leave too. Half-master? Aio was shocked and immediately said angrily, "Boy, you are threatening me." He knew that Yang Kai was definitely not joking. Alchemists attached great importance to inheritance. This could be seen when Zhang Yuan left with Zwada. Yang Kai was now a half-master of those 500 or so alchemists. He had the grace of imparting knowledge to them. As long as he raised his arm, the Hall of Healing would be destroyed. Not a single person would be left behind. Those were the elites of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Aio felt a chill in his heart. He realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai looked at Aio with a smile. You have guts. Aio gritted his teeth and snorted. Yang Kai ignored him and suddenly took out something that looked like a stone tablet from his space ring. He sighed and said, "Originally, this junior was going to give this to senior. Unfortunately, forget it, I don't have to anymore." What is this? Aio asked curiously. A secret art. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chapter 1919. Originally, Aio was very curious about what Yang Kai had taken out. After all, Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and his status was not low, so anything he took out would definitely be extraordinary. But when he heard that it was a secret art, Aio immediately lost interest and curled his lips. I was wondering what it was. It turns out to be a secret art. Although my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is based on commerce, we also attach great importance to the martial Tao. As for this secret art, boy, keep it for yourself. The Chamber of Commerce doesn't lack these things. Yang Kai smiled slightly and calmly spat out a line of words from his mouth. This secret art is called Star Refining Art. As soon as his voice fell, Aio's eyes burst with light, and he immediately snatched the stone tablet from Yang Kai's hand at lightning speed. Then, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it carefully. There were 3 ancient characters engraved on the stone tablet. They looked extremely mysterious and were completely different from the characters that existed today. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they were somewhat similar to the 3 characters of the current star refining art. Aio's hands could not help trembling. Senior, don't you think this is a bit unbecoming of your identity? Yang Kai ridiculed from the side. Shut up, Aio shouted angrily. He did not have the slightest intention of guarding against Yang Kai and directly immersed his mind into the stone tablet, studying it carefully. Later, when the embodiment refined the source of the floating continent, it also proved this point. Aio was now at the peak of the second-order origin king realm. If he could obtain the star refining art and refine the source of a cultivation star, not only would his future be bright, but his promotion to the third-order origin king realm would also be absolutely assured. That was why he had lost his composure. Last time, he had asked Shuiyu to bring a large number of masters to the Emperor Garden for the star refining art. Unfortunately, it fell into Yang Kai's hands in the end. After Shuiyu returned, she did not report the truth, so Aio did not know that the star refining art was actually in Yang Kai's possession. Now that he suddenly saw it, he was naturally ecstatic. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stood to the side, waiting. As time passed, Aio's expression changed from excitement to nervousness. Anticipation, excitement, all kinds of expressions flashed across his face. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter was carefree. Senior, what did you gain? Yang Kai asked with a smile. As long as Senior is satisfied, I'll take this. I'll think about the matter between you and Shuiyu. Yang Kai smiled and did not force him. Since Aio had said so, it meant that he had agreed. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Come, follow me for a walk. I have something to ask you. Aio changed his overbearing attitude. He became much friendlier. Yang Kai nodded and said, Elder's orders, I dare not refuse. Aio was very satisfied with his attitude. As he walked forward with his hands behind his back, he said, I want to know, how old are you this year? I'm not too sure either. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Since leaving Tong Xian realm and entering Star's territory, he had been wandering around aimlessly, so how could he have the time to calculate his own age? About 50 to 60 years old. 50 to 60 years old. Aio's face changed slightly. Are you sure you're only that old? 50 to 60 years old. For a mortal, this was already the year when they were about to enter the age of obedience. However, for successful martial artists, 50 to 60 years was just the beginning of their cultivation. Today's Saint Grade Cultivator and Saint King Grade Cultivator were all at this age. Even some Transcendence and Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators with poor aptitude were much older. As for Yang Kai, he was a second-order Origin King. In the entire Stars territory, which Origin King was not an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Without the accumulation of time and the flowing time Great Emperor, it was impossible to break through to the Origin King realm. Therefore, after learning that Yang Kai was only 50 or 60 years old, Aio was almost shocked to the core. I checked your bone age. You don't mind, do you? Aio looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Naturally, I don't mind. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. Aio reached out and put his hand on Yang Kai's wrist, releasing his divine sense to investigate for a while before letting go in shock. Under his investigation, he found that Yang Kai was really only a few decades old and was not lying. After all, although the appearance of a cultivator would not change much due to the increase in strength, the bone age could reflect the age of a cultivator. How did he cultivate? Aio suddenly felt that he had lived for so many years in vain. What shocked him even more was that when he checked Yang Kai's bone age, he found that the vitality in Yang Kai's body was shockingly vigorous. He suddenly realized that this should be because Yang Kai had refined the immortal divine tree. President Aio thought that Yang Kai had really refined the immortal divine tree, which was why he could break through to the second-order Origin King realm in such a short time. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, "With your talent, there is no woman in this star territory who is worthy of you. It is Shueyu's blessing that you have taken a fancy to her. This king can rest assured that she will follow you." He finally admitted the relationship between Yang Kai and Shueyu. After all, a character like Yang Kai was hard to come by and was more than enough to be worthy of Shueyu. But there is one thing this king needs to remind you of. Aio suddenly remembered something and said, "Please speak, senior. Do you know about Shueyu's special constitution?" Aio asked. "Dragon Marrow Phoenix Body." Yang Kai smiled slightly. If it weren't for this special constitution, Shueyu would not have been able to hide from the eyes of the entire star territory by pretending to be a man without being seen through. Yes, since you know about the Dragon Marrow Phoenix Body, you must also know the greatest role of this constitution. Yang Kai nodded with a strange expression. Aio coughed lightly and said with some embarrassment, "As an elder, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to say this, but I want to remind you that if it is for your own good and for Shueyu's good, don't be too early. You understand. It won't be too late to wait until the day Shueyu's martial Dao becomes successful. I believe with your temperament, you should have enough patience." "I understand." Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. It was really embarrassing to talk about this topic with his future father-in-law. "Haha, it's good that you understand." Aio patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately and said with a sigh, "Don't blame this king for being unreasonable. When the day comes when you are a father, you will understand why I did everything I did before." Yang Kai said seriously, "Junior understands Senior's love for his daughter." "Good." Aio nodded. I want to hire you as the foreign elder of my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Do you agree?" "It doesn't matter. Senior just wants to borrow my false reputation." "It doesn't matter. I knew you would understand. Moreover, a few days ago, you competed with Zhuodao in alchemy and gained the upper hand. You even triggered the grand alchemic Dao Tone. I have already sent people to spread the news. I believe that soon, your name will spread throughout Star Territory. With you as my Chamber of Commerce's foreign elder, wouldn't the alchemists in Star Territory roll over? Now, I will make them beg me to join the Chamber of Commerce. I won't have to look at their faces anymore." Ha ha ha. Aio laughed heartily, as if he had finally gotten his revenge. Yang Kai laughed dryly. He knew that AIO had suffered a lot from those eccentric alchemists. Also, what about your bet with Zwada? What about the dozens of Origin King-grade spirit pills every year? Where do you live? Do you need this king to send them to you? AIO asked. No need. Just treat those things as Junior's betrothal gift, Yang Kai said with a smile. AIO narrowed his eyes. Are you willing? Dozens of pills every year, hundreds of pills every 10 years, thousands of pills every 100 years. Those are Origin King-grade spirit pills, not ordinary pills. Senior, have you forgotten that I am also an alchemist? I can refine spirit pills by myself. AIO laughed involuntarily. So, this betrothal gift is not enough for you. Yang Kai grinned, plus the star refining art, plus my alchemy junior brothers. That's about right. AIO said happily. What if you add a dozen space arrays that cross stars? Yang Kai smiled slightly. AIO's expression turned serious as he whispered, I was just about to ask you about this. Can you really arrange that kind of space array that can directly teleport from one star to another stars? Since Senior knows about this, you should have learned it from Shen Tuesday. Didn't Shen Tu tell you that he had tested it himself? Shen Tu told me, but this king found it hard to believe. AIO's expression turned serious. AIO's face turned solemn. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce controls a total of 18 cultivation stars, or stars and medicine stars. Every year, the cost of traveling to and from these stars is astronomical. If you really have this kind of space array to connect them, then you will be the benefactor of my entire Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention marrying Shuiyu. If you want to marry this king's other daughters, you can also marry them. Senior must be joking. Shuiyu alone is enough. Moreover, it has nothing to do with this matter. Good, Shuiyu really didn't misjudge you. Her vision is indeed not bad, AIO said, then suddenly said, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed straight ahead. Yang Kai didn't know what he was going to do, but he didn't ask much and just followed closely behind. Not long after, the two arrived at a heavily guarded palace. In front of the palace, there was a cultivator in golden armor, and all of them were second-order Origin returning realm masters. The palace was surrounded by dense barriers. It was obvious that this was an important place in Water Sky City. Greetings, President. Seeing AIO coming, many guards hurriedly saluted. AIO nodded slightly and led Yang Kai all the way inside. Chapter 1920. After entering the main hall, Yang Kai immediately felt a faint fluctuation of space force rushing towards him. Focusing his gaze, he saw a space array at the center of the main hall. It was faintly emitting a fluorescent light. There were many cultivators vigilantly guarding it, and there were also powerhouses secretly observing the surroundings. This should be the main hub of the Water-Moon Star Space Array, Yang Kai realized. Otherwise, it would not be so heavily guarded. Sure enough, AIO said, this is a spatial formation that connects every major city and important stronghold on Water-Moon Star. It's extremely important. Yang Kai nodded. He scanned it with his divine sense and knew the internal structure of the space array. However, he did not care too much. After all, it was not difficult for him to arrange this kind of space array. Senior, what do you want me to do by letting me see this? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It's not this. AIO smiled mysteriously and gestured for Yang Kai to follow him. Then, he walked to the side and entered a side door. There was a spiral staircase. The staircase was dotted with fist-sized luminous pearls, emitting a soft and warm light. It was not dark at all. AIO led the way at the front. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, the two of them finally arrived at a certain place underground. The front suddenly opened up. Yang Kai was surprised to find that there was another world underground. It was a spacious secret room. Looking around, there was nothing in the secret room. There was only an existence in the center, exuding an ancient and desolate aura, standing there quietly. This is... Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and hurried forward. With the help of the luminous pearl's light, he circled around the space array that occupied an area of about 5 feet. This is a cross-cultivation space array? Yang Kai looked at AIO in amazement. Yes. AIO nodded seriously. As you can see, this is indeed a cross-cultivation space array. It can teleport from the water-moon star to another star. It can't be used? Yang Kai asked again. Yes, I don't know what went wrong. According to the ancient records of our ancestors, it has been unusable since tens of thousands of years ago. Over the years, the president of the Chamber of Commerce has always found someone to repair it. Unfortunately, no one was able to repair it. Yang Kai, it's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but this is a matter of great importance. I must see for myself. If you can repair this formation, you will be able to do so. I'll believe you. AIO said seriously. What's so difficult about that? Yang Kai grinned. His expression was unexpectedly relaxed. Can you really repair it? AIO's expression suddenly became excited. Sure. Yang Kai nodded. But senior, where does this array lead to? AIO frowned slightly. He seemed to have some difficult words to say, but after a moment of silence, he said, You've confided in me, and you're also in love with Shueyu. You're not an outsider, so there's no harm in telling you. Have you heard that there are many dark stars in this star territory? Dark stars? Yang Kai raised his brow and said with some surprise, Are you talking about those stars that can't be entered by conventional means and can't even be seen with the naked eye? They're hidden in the depths of the star territory? You really know about them? AIO nodded. Yes, they are. The star territory is vast, and the secrets it contains are enormous. Although there aren't many dark stars in the entire star territory, they are definitely not few. It's just that ordinary people can't find them. Today, any valuable stars in the star territory have already been divided up by the major forces. For example, my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is in charge of as many as 18. If the major forces want to develop and grow stronger, the safest way is to explore and search for dark stars in addition to expansion and invasion. There are too many unknown factors in expansion and invasion, but searching for dark stars is very safe and convenient. It's just that dark stars are hidden deep and extremely difficult to find. Even if one brushes past them, one may not necessarily find them. Yang Kai nodded and said, I've heard of this before. It is said that there are heaven and earth arrays in the star territory that hide some stars. The mysteries of these heaven and earth arrays are so profound that even a third-order origin king master may not be able to see through them. While speaking, Yang Kai's heart moved and he asked in surprise, Senior means that this space array is actually connected to a dark star? AIO's face was slightly excited as he nodded and said, Yes, it is indeed connected to a dark star. You may not know this, but the ancestors of my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had some friendship with the great emperors of Starfield. The dark star was discovered by the great emperors. In the end, they told the Chamber of Commerce's ancestors that this space array was personally arranged by the great emperors. It's actually related to yang inflammation? Yang Kai was a little surprised, but he finally understood why the space array in front of him was almost exactly the same as the one he had arranged. Because it was made by yang inflammation, and his own space array was also taught by yang inflammation, it would be strange if it was different. He thought that Yang Kai would show some shock after hearing that the great emperors had some friendship with the ancestors of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, but he found that Yang Kai was actually indifferent. AIO was surprised and couldn't help but raise his evaluation of Yang Kai in his heart. Only a person with a calm mind could be so indifferent. How could he know that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had spent a lot of time together? In terms of understanding of the great emperors, no one in the entire star territory could surpass him. He continued, That dark star is an ore star and is extremely valuable. It's a pity that my Chamber of Commerce has been sitting on a mountain of treasures for tens of thousands of years, but we can't find a way to enter it. We are really ashamed of the trust the great emperors entrusted to us. Yang Kai, if you can repair this space array, you will be the true benefactor of my Chamber of Commerce. This king, when AIO said this, he found that he couldn't continue. He wanted to thank Yang Kai, but when the words came to his mouth, he found that there was nothing he could thank him for. Yang Kai's appearance had brought incalculable benefits to the Chamber of Commerce and himself. What could he use to thank him for such kindness? It would be more appropriate to sell the entire Chamber of Commerce to thank him. Senior can rest assured. Leave this to me. Yang Kai nodded dutifully. Good. Then this king will wait and see. How long will it take? AIO asked excitedly. Wait a moment. As Yang Kai spoke, he arrived at the base of the space array, which had been in disrepair for many years, and released his divine sense to carefully observe it for a moment before revealing a determined expression. The next moment, Yang Kai took out a variety of materials from his space ring, including the pure space spirit crystals he had taken from the severed world. Scorching flames burst out from his body as the materials in front of him constantly changed shape and were integrated into the space array. Yang Kai's divine sense also shuttled back and forth inside the space array, using his conflagrated spiritual energy to repair the spirit array inside. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai raised his hand and waved it, embedding the pure space spirit crystals into the space array. The entire space array suddenly buzzed, and a clear fluctuation of space force pulsed from it. The originally gray space array actually burst with a faint light at this moment. Aio was dumbfounded. His jaw dropped so wide that a fist could almost fit in it. As the president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and a second-order origin king, he had lived for most of his life and had seen all kinds of bizarre things. He had long been able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. But at this moment, he was really shocked. He thought that it would not be easy for Yang Kai to repair this space array. He thought that it would take at least 1 to 2 months, or even 1 to 2 months. He thought that Yang Kai would have to spend a lot of effort and divine power. He thought, but it had only taken a stick of incense worth of time. Yang Kai had solved the problem that had plagued countless elites of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for 10,000 years. Is this kid still human? Aio felt as if his entire body was broken. He stared in front of him in disbelief. However, the humming of the array and the fluctuations of spatial power, as well as the faint light, all indicated that the spatial array had indeed been repaired. Just as he was in a daze, he found that Yang Kai had taken out some materials and was refining them in his hand. After a short while, a token-like thing was formed. Immediately, Yang Kai beckoned to Aio and smiled. "Senior, do you want to go over and take a look?" Is this enough?" Aio asked suspiciously. It was not that he doubted Yang Kai's ability, but everything he saw was beyond the limits of his imagination. This space array is the same as what I learned. It's just that there is a problem with the internal spirit array diagram. It's no big deal after I fixed it. I also reinforced the array foundation and added some space spirit crystals. It's enough to keep this space array running for 10,000 years. Aio swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but when he recalled that the opposite side was the rich or star that the successive presidents of the Chamber of Commerce had been obsessed with for thousands of years, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. With a single stride, he rushed into the array. "Senior, take this and stabilize your soul." Yang Kai handed him the newly refined token and exhorted. "Is this the transmission token you specially refined? Without this thing, you can't use the space array?" Aio asked thoughtfully. Obviously, Shun Tu had reported everything to him, so he knew about the existence of the transmission token. "Yes, but it's not that you can't use it. If you use it rashly, you will be banished to the endless void." Yang Kai grinned. Good. With this king can rest assured." Aio laughed, raised his hand, and said, "Let's go. Let this king see how rich that star is." Yang Kai no longer spoke, but poured a lot of saint crystals into the space array, formed a seal, and operated the spirit array. As the dazzling light swallowed Yang Kai and Aio, the two disappeared in the next moment, tens of thousands of kilometers away, on a lonely and desolate star. In a simple palace, a light flickered and lasted for 10 breaths before gradually extinguishing. After the light dissipated, the figures of Yang Kai and Aio appeared. As expected of a second-order origin king, Aio's spiritual energy was extremely powerful. Even after being teleported across stars, Aio quickly recovered, unlike Shin Tu, who was dizzy for half a day. He hurriedly looked around and expanded his divine sense outwards. Clearly, he was checking if there was any danger in the surroundings. Chapter 1921. The two of them were now inside a large hall that exuded an ancient aura. Obviously, it had been here for many years. Because no one had come and gone all year round, it had been in disrepair for many years. Therefore, there were some signs of damage around the hall. Inside the hall, there were at least 100 skeletons sitting cross-legged, scattered all over the hall. These skeletons had long lost their life force and flesh. Even the clothes on their bodies had been eroded by the wind, leaving only white bones. Some of them still maintained their human form, while others were scattered on the ground. It was a horrible sight to behold. After confirming that there was no danger around, Aio's gaze fell on the skeletons around. His eyes couldn't help but dim as he sighed. These should be the disciples of my Chamber of Commerce who didn't have time to evacuate this place. Back then, the space array was damaged suddenly. Some of the cultivator mining on this star didn't have time to return to Watermoon Star. 10,000 years had passed, and the ore star wasn't suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Their cultivation had stagnated, so naturally, they could only die of old age here. Hundreds of people had died in the hall alone. One could imagine how many had died outside. At that time, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce suffered heavy losses. According to ancient records, more than 5,000 disciples had gone missing. In other words, 5,000 Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce disciples had died on this star. Senior, please restrain your grief. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort him. Seeing Aio's gloomy expression, he could only say this casually. Aio smiled bitterly. This seat knows. It was something that happened more than 10,000 years ago. I just feel that the Chamber of Commerce has let them down. They spilled their lives and blood here, and after 10,000 years, not many people remember them. Someone will remember them in the future. They probably died here because they wanted to guard the array here. To prevent it from being destroyed by external forces is a great merit in itself. What do you mean? Aio asked in amazement. Yang Kai grinned. Let's put it this way. If you want to teleport across stars, you must have two connected space arrays. If either one is damaged, you can't teleport. The one in Watermoon Star City is damaged, but after I repair it, we can teleport here. This means that the array here is intact. I was worried that if the array here was damaged, I would have to enter the void corridor alone to repair the teleportation node. Doing that would have been dangerous for me, but this didn't happen. This means that before they died, they had protected the array very well. For the Chamber of Commerce, isn't this a great contribution? Senior, you should remember them and worship them for the future generations. A look of realization appeared on Aio's face as he nodded repeatedly. You're right. Although this king doesn't know their names, they are indeed heroes of the Chamber of Commerce. Future generations should remember their contributions. When a person is in despair, when faced with death, they will become crazy. Without reason, anything could be done. However, the hundreds of people who had died in this hall did not go crazy and destroy the space array. Instead, they guarded it until the very end. They were probably hoping that one day, someone would come from the Watermoon Star to save them. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that this wait would last for over 10,000 years. As for them, they had long since turned into dried bones. Aio's expression suddenly turned solemn. He walked down from the array and arrived in front of the hundreds of dried bones. With a solemn expression, he said, "This one is the current president of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Aio. This AI will definitely record it down, and you can all die a worthy death. Although this AI came late, this AI will take you home today so that you can rest in peace. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." While speaking, he took out an empty space ring and carefully waved his hand. He circulated his Saint Chi and collected the dried bones in front of him into the ring. Then, the second, the third. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Aio finished collecting all the dried bones. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "I'm going to go out and look around to see if there are any other disciples. Feel free to wander around. This isn't her star, so maybe you can gain something. Don't be polite. If you find anything, it's your own opportunity." "Okay, then let's meet here in a month. I still have some things to discuss with Senior." Aio nodded. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. After he left, Yang Kai followed him out of the hall. Looking around, Yang Kai found that this star's environment was very similar to the one he had accidentally discovered. It was dark and cold, and the world energy here was thin. It was not suitable for cultivators to cultivate here, but it contained extremely rich mineral deposits. High Heaven sect had become extremely rich by relying on the reserves of that or star. Yang Kai believed that if Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could develop this or star, its financial resources would definitely rise to another level. Thinking of that or star, Yang Kai's heart moved. With a wave of his hand, he released Xiao Xiao and Firebird. Master, what are your orders? Lu Yin was still in a sexy posture. Her white arms were exposed to the air. She was wearing a fiery red dress that reached her lower abdomen. Her delicate navel was extremely seductive. Yang Kai glanced at her and shook his head. He then looked at the stone mongoose and asked, Xiao Xiao, is there anything you like here? In fact, Yang Kai's question was simply nonsense. As soon as Xiao Xiao was released, he opened his two bean-like eyes and looked around. He looked extremely silly, but Yang Kai knew that this was a sign of his extreme excitement. For the stone mongoose, who were born to refine mineral essences for their own use, an ore star was simply a paradise for them. As long as they were given enough time, they could even swallow and refine an entire ore star. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Xiao Xiao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Kai grinned and asked in a low voice, is there any remnant star source? Last time on that ore star, Xiao Xiao fell into a deep sleep because he swallowed the remnant star's star source. Although he did not become stronger after he woke up, he could ignore the territory of an origin king. This was another level of strength. If he could swallow some remnant star source here, Xiao Xiao was bound to grow even stronger. The star source of an ore star was not the same as the star source of a cultivation star. Because the star source of an ore star was severely damaged, the world energy here was thin. It was not suitable for a cultivator to cultivate here, so it did not matter whether it existed or not. As long as the mineral deposits existed, the value of an ore star would not shrink. But a cultivation star was different. Every cultivation star had hundreds of millions of inhabitants. Without the star source, it would quickly become a dead star. At that time, hundreds of millions of inhabitants would suffer. The same was true for a medicine star. The world energy of a medicine star was even denser than that of an ordinary cultivation star, because spirit herbs could grow quickly only when the world energy was dense. After hearing Yang Kai's question, Xiao Xiao seemed to be a little confused. He scratched his head and stared at Yang Kai blankly, as if he did not know what he was asking. Idiot, it's the thing you swallowed last time and then fell asleep? Lu Yin knocked Xiao Xiao's head, making a crisp sound. Xiao Xiao finally understood. His eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. Go, swallow it. If there are any good things on the way, don't let them go. When it's about time, come here and wait for me. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. Xiao Xiao did a somersault in the air, and his short body directly drilled into the ground as if he was weightless, quickly disappearing. In the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, it had actually penetrated 100 kilometers into the ground in a very short period of time, and it was still moving at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, it was searching for the remnant star source. Master, what do I need to do? Lu Yin asked. You can also look around and see if there are any opportunities that belong to you. This place has been untouched for tens of thousands of years, so there should be some benefits. Maybe there is something waiting for you to collect. Don't you need me to accompany you? There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and stared at Lu Yin in surprise. Your intelligence. In the past, Lu Yin didn't seem to take the initiative to ask him such questions, but today, Lu Yin's behavior was a little different. Lu Yin was also stunned. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed as she looked at him blankly. Yang Kai smiled lightly. It seems that refining the sun's true fire has been of great help to your growth. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhao's innate sentience is quite low. Otherwise, he would definitely become smarter and smarter. You should work hard. If one day you obtain an opportunity, I'll find a way to shape a physical body for you so you don't have to rely on this energy body to survive. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. She bowed and said, Then Lu Yin will thank Master in advance. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Yin immediately let out a soft cry and turned into a huge firebird. Like a burning flame, she rushed into the sky. After the two helpers left, Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the situation of the embodiment in the sealed world bead. The formation was the same as Xiao Zhao's. They could both devour and refine minerals to strengthen themselves. However, the embodiment had just refined the entire floating continent and was still digesting it. Its mountain-like body was daunting. Seeing it like this, Yang Kai knew that it was not suitable to let it out now. He immediately jumped and flew into the sky. This was a dark star, a star concealed by a heaven and earth spirit array. The ores here were of little value to Yang Kai, but the heaven and earth spirit array that concealed this dark star was something he needed to see. If he could find some clues through the natural formation, it would be enough to benefit Yang Kai greatly. Looking up, the sky was dark. It was different from any other cultivation star. There was no sun, moon, or stars, or even starlight. There was only a hazy light pouring down from the sky. Yang Kai did not know what kind of light it was, but it was because of this light that the entire star was not dark. The whole world seemed to be covered by an invisible lid, forming a world of its own. Yang Kai arrived at a height of more than 100,000 kilometers, but did not go any higher because he felt that the world's spirit array had already played a great role here. If he rashly continued to ascend, it would inevitably lead to a fatal situation. Even he might not be able to avoid this kind of fatal situation. This was the wrath of heaven and earth, the power of the laws. Chapter 1922. Yang Kai sat cross-legged mid-air, motionless as he released his divine sense and immersed himself in the surrounding world principles. From Yang Yin, Yang Kai learned the importance of comprehending world principles. Only by comprehending world principles could a cultivator surpass the origin king realm and take a peek into the mysteries of the next higher realm. This was also why Yang Yin said that it was easier for Star Master level characters to grow. Because a Star Master was the master of a cultivation star and had integrated their star source, they could easily comprehend the world principles of their cultivation star and become proficient in comprehending them. Yang Kai asked Xiao Xiao to swallow the remnant source here because of this consideration. While he was becoming stronger, he had never given up on helping his two great helpers. If Xiao Xiao could also comprehend world principles one day, his combat power would definitely rise steadily. At that time, not only would he be able to ignore the might of an origin king's territory field, he could even easily suppress it. Soon, Yang Kai entered a state where he forgot about everything and immersed himself in comprehending world principles. He could clearly feel that there was a mysterious and obscure power flowing around him, but this power was so profound that even he could not comprehend it. This was world principles. Yang Kai did not expect to be able to comprehend much. He just wanted to get in touch with them as much as possible to prepare for the future. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. On this day, Yang Kai opened his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as he looked around. Everything that was originally obscure seemed to have become much clearer. He now had a glimpse into the world principles. Sure enough, this is a force more powerful than my territory field. If I can really comprehend world principles, I will be able to control them, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. What is the next realm? How can one control such a powerful force? Whether it was the Sure of an Origin returning Realm Master or the territory field of an Origin King Realm Master, they were all formed from their own strength, using their own ability to influence their surroundings. But world principles were different. World principles fundamentally controlled the power of heaven and earth, so it was clear at a glance which was stronger and which was weaker. Yang Kai stood there quietly and pondered for 3 days. He was still a little confused. He knew. Perhaps it was too early for him to consider these things. At that moment, he didn't insist. He turned around and flew down. After returning to the palace, Yang Kai sensed Aio's aura. He had obviously returned from the outside. Along with it, there were also Xiao Xiao and Lu Yin. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep again. Her breathing was stable. There was not the slightest fluctuation. When Yang Kai walked into the hall, he was surprised to find Aio looking at Lu Yin suspiciously. He didn't know where she came from, but with Aio's eyesight, he could see that Lu Yin didn't have a physical body, but was a condensation of energy. At this moment, Lu Yin was sitting quietly with the stone mongoose in his arms, waiting for Yang Kai's arrival. Senior. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. You're back. AIO nodded. What's the harvest? Yang Kai asked. I've collected more than 2,000 skeletons. As for the rest, I can't find them. However, I found a few battleships that can still be used and many minerals that have been mined. After I return, I'll send people here to continue mining. That's good. Since there's nothing else, let's go back first. All right. AIO didn't beat around the bush. After saying that, he took the initiative to stand on the space array. Yang Kai waved his hand and put away Lu Yin and Xiao Xiao. Although he didn't ask Lu Yin what she had gained, he knew from her expression that she must have obtained some benefits. This was because there was still a scorching flame in Lu Yan's body that hadn't been refined and was ready to move. Lu Yin probably found some kind of heaven and earth flame on this or star. AIO opened his mouth. He wanted to ask about the origins of Xiao Xiao and Lu Yin, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He had sensed before that whether it was Xiao Xiao or Lu Yin, both of them contained a power that he was extremely wary of. In other words, if he fought them alone, he wasn't confident that he could defeat either of them. This made him feel that Yang Kai was becoming more and more mysterious. At such a young age, he was not even 60 years old, but he was already a second-order origin king. He was also an origin great alchemist, could arrange a cross-cultivation star space array, and had such a powerful subordinate. Was this still an ability that a person could have? Could he really gather such power? Wasn't the creator a little too biased? But when he thought that Shui could capture the heart of such a man, he was overjoyed. If such a person became an enemy of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, it would be a disaster for the Chamber of Commerce. No wonder that old man Kuang Shizong suffered in Yang Kai's hands. No wonder Purple Star suffered heavy losses. With a flash of light, the two returned to the secret room underwater Sky City. After coming back to his senses, AIO said, Yang Kai, I have personally verified your ability. I will have to trouble you to arrange the space array between the 18 stars of my Chamber of Commerce. If you need any materials, just ask Shuiyu. She will do her best to assist you. Next, I need to deal with your star, so I probably won't be able to see you for a while. It's fine. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but this junior has a presumptuous request that I don't know if senior can agree to. No need to be so polite. After going through such a thing, AIO had long regarded Yang Kai as one of his own, so how could he refuse his request? I need your Chamber of Commerce's Star Emperor token, Yang Kai said in a low voice. AIO's expression turned cold. You know that my Chamber of Commerce has a Star Emperor token? Immediately, he showed a look of realization. Shuiyu told you, right? Yes. Is it convenient for you to tell me what you want that Star Emperor token for? Although it is something left behind by the great emperors, the divine technique sealed inside has long been activated, so it is of no great use. It is just an inheritance. If you can tell me the truth, there is no harm in giving it to you. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before taking out a jade slip, pouring his divine sense into it, and handing it to AIO. Senior will know after taking a look at this. AIO took it suspiciously and read it carefully. The information in the jade slip was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai gave to Red Moon Tribal Lord. It contained the secret of gathering the 9 Star Emperor tokens to open the path to the star boundary. Sure enough, after reading it, AIO was shocked and exclaimed, Is this true? How could this junior dare to joke about such a thing? Yang Kai said solemnly, No wonder you want that Star Emperor token. If that is the case, there is no harm in giving it to you. But these 6 third-order origin kings. If senior is included, this junior already has 4 candidates. AIO looked at him in amazement and said with a smile, It seems that you are already prepared. Then I wonder if senior has any plans to explore the star boundary, Yang Kai said with a grin. AIO fell silent. He was not as enthusiastic as Red Moon Tribal Lord at that time. After pondering for a while, he said, I can't give you an answer right now, but I think that even if I don't go, Marshal Uncle Long will definitely be very interested. Senior Long? Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he nodded. He is a very suitable candidate. Long Tianshang was now a top third-order origin king and fully met the requirements to open the path to the star boundary. With his help, Yang Kai would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Marshal Uncle Long has been studying the secrets of the martial Tao all these years. If I tell him about this, I'm afraid he will be overjoyed and will definitely not refuse." AIO smiled slightly. No one knew about the persistent pursuit of the martial Tao by third-order origin kings. Only when a cultivator reached this realm would they be able to deeply comprehend it. Therefore, Yang Kai had expected that it would not be a problem to gather enough people. He only needed to spread the news he had, and there would definitely be hidden old monsters who would take the initiative to come looking for him. It was just that he did not want to cooperate with too many strangers, so he prioritized the cultivator he was familiar with. "Don't worry, my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce will definitely send someone. If it is not me, then it will be Marshal Uncle Long," AIO said seriously. "But boy, how many Star Emperor tokens have you collected?" "Including the one from the Chamber of Commerce, I already have 8. AIO narrowed his eyes. "What about the last one?" "It's in Sword Union." "Sword Union?" AIO raised his eyebrows and suddenly grinned. He patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "That's easy. I'll do it for you. Just consider it as returning a favor. You just have to wait for the good news." Yang Kai was quite happy to see him take care of everything. His original intention was to go to Sword Union after dealing with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and personally discuss with the Sword Union's master, but now that AIO was here, it saved him a lot of effort. He believed that AIO must have full confidence in him to say so. "Then, many thanks, Senior. No need to be so polite. We are family." AIO laughed and put his arm around Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. The more he looked at Yang Kai, the more satisfied he was with him. He felt that such a son-in-law was simply impossible to find. In the following days, Yang Kai had a rare moment of leisure. Because of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, President AIO was busy taking people to the ore star to mine ores, while Shueyu was collecting materials to arrange the space array. No one accompanied Yang Kai. On the other hand, the alchemists of the Alchemist Hall were extremely enthusiastic. They came to visit Yang Kai from time to time, claiming to be his disciple. They came in a big wave, saying that they were here to visit, but what they really wanted to do was clear to everyone. Yang Kai had no choice but to go to the Alchemist Hall in person and give a lecture on the Alchemy Tao again. He lectured for 5 days before this group of shameless alchemists were completely satisfied. 5 days later, Shueyu was ready. All the materials to arrange the space array had been collected. Now, they were only waiting for Yang Kai to start. Of course, he would not waste time. He immediately began to arrange the first cross-cultivation star space array in the most secluded location of Water Sky City. In less than 10 days, the array was completed. Yang Kai and Shueyu took a large number of cultivator and boarded an Origin King-grade starship to the nearest cultivation star. Chapter 1923. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in a flash. In the past 2 years, Yang Kai had been running around, arranging cross-cultivation star space arrays for the 18 stars of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The stars owned by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were far from each other, so it took Yang Kai a lot of time to travel. Otherwise, with his ability, it would have taken him less than 2 to 3 months to complete the space arrays. Most of the time was wasted on sailing starships. 2 years later, the 18 stars of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were completely connected, and with the array in Water Sky City as the hub, they could easily teleport back and forth. In the past 2 years, Shueyu had been accompanying Yang Kai. With a beauty accompanying him, the journey naturally wasn't too boring. On this day, the group finally returned to Water Moon Star. Guang was responsible for receiving Yang Kai and repeatedly thanked Yang Kai on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce for his efforts in the past 2 years. Because of those cross-cultivation star space arrays, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would save a lot of time and money in transportation in the future. AIO didn't show up, so Shueyu asked and learned that AIO had gone to a cultivation star that he had already found to refine the source of the stars. This matter was of great importance, and in the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, only Long Tianshang and Guang knew about it. Everyone else just thought that AIO was in retreat. Shueyu couldn't help showing a worried look when she heard about this. After all, refining the source of stars was too dangerous. Generally speaking, only a cultivator who had reached the third-order Origin King realm could successfully refine the source of stars. Basically, a second-order Origin King couldn't succeed. Back then, Green Mountain Star Master Luo Hai was an exception. Right now, AIO was only a second-order origin king, and as a woman, she had no other choice. How could Shui Yu not be worried? Yang Kai comforted her and told her about the power of the star refining art, which made Shui Yu feel a lot better. Yang Kai, someone wants to see you. And Ai Guang suddenly walked over to Yang Kai mysteriously and whispered, "Who?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. And Ai Guang smiled, "Come with me and you will know." Yang Kai didn't ask further. Then, he followed Ai Guang into a secret room. In the secret chamber, there were only 3 people, 1 male and 2 females. The male was quite young, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a dignified appearance. The 2 females were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, as if they were sisters. His left and right servants stood by his side. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, the man in the middle laughed and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, we meet again." Yang Kai was startled and asked in astonishment, "Brother Gu, why are you here?" He did not expect that the person who wanted to see him on Water Moon Star would be the Sword Union's young master, Gu Jianxian. Yang Kai and Gu Jianxian had met once and spent some time together. Although they weren't close friends, they still found each other pleasing to the eye. It had been a few years. Gu Jianxian's cultivation seemed to be getting more and more powerful, and he was not far from the Origin King realm. If he was given some more time to settle down, he would be able to attempt a breakthrough. The 2 women beside Gu Jianxian were naturally his left and right sword servants, Ling Yu and Xing. These 2 women had grown up together with Gu Jianxian, and the 3 of them had cultivated a set of secret techniques together. When the 3 of them fought together, their combined strength was extraordinary, and their relationship was very good. Gu Jianxian seemed to have never regarded these 2 sword servants as servants, even when he was attacked by the Origin King Realm Master, Li Minghai. Gu Jianxian had even risked his life to protect Ling Yu and Xing. This was also the reason why Kai Yang had a good impression of him. Only such a loyal and righteous person could exist. Only such a person was worth making friends with. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Ling Yu and Xing were not strangers, so after seeing Yang Kai, they quickly bowed and called out, "2 young ladies are too polite." Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. "Brother Yang, are you surprised that this Gu has been waiting for you here?" Gu Jianxian looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai pondered for a moment as many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he soon understood and said, "I was a bit surprised, but it was also expected. It seems that Brother Yang knows why this Gu has come here." "I have some guesses, Brother Gu, please explain," Yang Kai said seriously. Gu Jianxian nodded. "Talking with Brother Yang is really refreshing. Since that's the case, this Gu will speak frankly." Saying so, he took out something from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please take a look at this." A Star Emperor token. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly took the thing from Gu Jianxian's hand. This was the last Star Emperor token, exactly the same as the ones he had collected before. With this Star Emperor token, he had collected all 9 of the Star Emperor tokens produced by the Great Emperors. Gu Jianxian smiled lightly. "This is something my father asked me to bring to you. He said you need it very much." "Union Master Gu?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before solemnly putting away the last Star Emperor token and asking, "I wonder what Union Master Gu's conditions are." He had never had much contact with Sword Union and only had a slight friendship with Gu Jianxian. So Yang Kai did not believe that Sword Union's Union Master Gu Yun would hand over the Star Emperor token to him just because of this. Obviously, there were other conditions. Gu Jianxian laughed loudly before turning his head to look at Ai Guang and saying, "Naturally, there are conditions. Please elaborate, Senior Ai." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Ai Guang. Ai Guang lightly coughed and said, "It's like this, Yang Kai. Before the president went into retreat, this matter was negotiated with you. Union Master Gu is willing to give this Star Emperor token to you, and is willing to become one of the 6, but the condition is that you have to go to Sword Union and help them arrange the ultra-long distance space array." As expected, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had expected this, but when he learned that Sword Union's request was actually this, he still felt a little exhausted. After all, He had been helping Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce arrange the ultra-long-distance space array for a long time, and Sword Union had its own intelligence network, so they would definitely be able to find out. There was no great force that would not be jealous of an ultra-long-distance space array. Yang Kai looked at Gu Jian Xian gloomily and asked, "How many cultivation stars does your Sword Union have?" Gu Jian Xian grinned meaningfully. "Not many. A little less than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Just 17? Yang Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. It had taken him 2 years to arrange the ultra-long-distance space array of 18 stars for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and 17 for Sword Union. It would take him almost 2 years to complete. Brother Yang, capable people do more work. My Sword Union is counting on you, Gu Jian Xian persuaded from the side. Are there any other conditions? Yang Kai asked. Gu Jian Xian gave a dry laugh. Apart from this, the alchemists of my Sword Union unanimously request that Grandmaster Yang hold an alchemy lecture on the Sword Union's home star. This matter has also spread? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Brother Yang, I'm afraid you don't know your current fame in star territory, right? Gu Jian Xian looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. There was endless envy in his eyes. Today, Brother Yang is the most famous person in star territory. With your second-order Origin King cultivation and identity as an Origin King Great Alchemist, who can compare to you? Refining a spirit pill and triggering the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. This matter will be passed down through the ages. And Guang nodded seriously and said, Yang Kai, you have been running around outside for the past 2 years. Perhaps you haven't received any news. But now, your great name is indeed well known throughout the entire star region. Gu Jian Xian continued, Of course, my Sword Union will not let Brother Yang work for nothing. For every ultra-long-distance space array you arrange, we will pay a sufficient reward. Brother Yang, please do not refuse. This Gu is begging you. As he spoke, he solemnly saluted. Before coming, Gu Yun had said that if he could not invite Yang Kai to Sword Union, he would not need to go back. His father's words were still ringing in his ears, so how could Gu Jian Xian dare to not pay attention? Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded. Brother Gu, you don't have to do this. I agree to this matter. Really? Gu Jian Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. That's great. When will Brother Yang set off? The distance from here to my Sword Union is not close. Tomorrow, I will go directly to Azure Tree Star. Azure Tree Star. Gu Jian Xian was a little confused, but soon, he seemed to understand something and asked in surprise, Brother Yang arranged a ultra-long-distance space array on Azure Tree Star? Yang Kai smiled slightly. He nodded in acknowledgement. That will save a lot of time. Since that is the case, this Gu will wait for Brother Yang's good news. After leaving Gu Jian Xian's place, Yang Kai went directly to find Shuiyu. He told her about his next itinerary, and although Shuiyu was a little reluctant, she was powerless to persuade him to stay. Moreover, she also knew that Yang Kai would be going to a place called the Star Boundary in the near future. If she wanted to follow him, she could only work hard to improve her cultivation. Otherwise, she would only become a burden. You can rest assured, after you leave, I will enter retreat to break through to the Origin King realm. Shuiyu secretly swore, All of your women are so outstanding. I don't want to be at the bottom. Yang Kai chuckled, Don't feel too much pressure. You are also very outstanding. Shuiyu smiled sweetly. By the way, after Senior AIO returned safely, remember to give this to him. Yang Kai suddenly took out another object and handed it to Shuiyu. What is this? Star, guide him where to find me, Yang Kai explained. I understand. There is one more thing, that is, there is still one candidate left. Ask your father or Senior Long to pay more attention to them. If there is someone reliable, invite them. Okay, I will remember. The night passed in silence as Yang Kai explained the mysteries of the Origin King realm to Shuiyu and the tricks to condensing one's territory domain. It was not until dawn that the two parted ways. Gu Jian Xian and the 2 sword servants, Ling Yu and Xing, had already prepared and were waiting for Yang Kai to leave. The group went directly to the center of the cross-cultivation star space array in Water Sky City. Yang Kai made some slight changes and connected it to the array on Azure Tree Star's Twin Shark Island. Then, under the gaze of a group of people, his figure gradually disappeared. When their vision was restored, Yang Kai, Gujian Xin, and the others had already arrived at Yang Kai's palace on Azure Tree Star's twin Shark Island. Yu Shi, He Zhao, and He Miao, who had been guarding the palace, hurriedly greeted them. After not seeing them for a few years, Yu Shi, He Zhao, and He Miao had also made great progress in their cultivation. The sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, had already reached the origin returning realm. Chapter 1924. His days in Sword Union were almost no different from his days in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai rushed around, taking starships to cultivation stars, medicine stars, and/or stars to arrange cross-cultivation star space arrays. Fortunately, Azure Tree Star was used as a transit point, so it didn't take long. In just a year and a half, the 17 stars of Sword Union were all connected. Yang Kai gave a lecture to the alchemists of Sword Union before he was able to leave. At this time, there were only 6 years left until the 10-year agreement between him and Guizhou. He returned to Shadowed Star. When Yang Kai returned to the sect, everyone in High Heaven sect was naturally overjoyed. Over 10,000 disciples came to greet him. Yang Kai was surprised to find that the level of the cultivator in the sect had risen to another level compared to before he left, especially Su Yin and Xiaoning Chong, who had both broken through to the Origin King realm at some point. After breaking through, Su Yan's aura became increasingly pure and flawless. Although her ice crystal jade body was an acquired form of cultivation and was not something she was born with, this set of secret techniques from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Valley still possessed great power and was enough to transform her innate physique. With the ice crystal jade body, coupled with the ice phoenix source in her body and the profound frost divine sword in her hand, Su Yin was no longer a simple first-order Origin King. She wouldn't be at a disadvantage against an ordinary second-order Origin King. If she could use the sword fusion technique with Yang Kai, it wouldn't be difficult for her to kill a third-order Origin King. After Xiaoning Chong broke through, her aura became more natural, as if her whole person had merged with the world. Yang Kai observed for a long time but couldn't see any clues, only thinking that this should be because the sacred spirit medicine body had returned to its original state. Fighting was not Xiaoning Chang's strength, but in the alchemic Tao, she was an absolute genius. After breaking through to the Origin King realm, her alchemy skills had advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the current Yang Kai. She had also returned to Tongxian realm several times and witnessed the vitality and development of that land. She knew that only by improving her strength could she bring a more prosperous future to Tongxian realm, so she spared no effort in her cultivation. Her cultivation was alchemy. The only result of this was that High Heaven sect now had a huge stockpile of spirit pills, and no matter how many herbs flowed into High Heaven sect, they would all be refined into pills by Xiaoning Chong. Immediately after, they were sent to be sold all over Shadowed Star. Then, he exchanged for even more medicinal herbs. Apart from the two women, the others also made considerable progress in their cultivation. However, Yi Shiyun had just broken through to the Origin King realm not long ago and had not advanced any further while Guizhou had been in retreat. Similarly, he was unable to take that crucial step. He had been stuck in the second-order Origin King realm for a long time. Yang Kai rested in High Heaven sect for a month. He made use of this month to accompany his parents and Grandmaster. The ancestral founder and other relatives were also inseparable from Su Yin and Xiaoning Chong. It was not until a month later that he suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Other than a few people who knew where he had gone, no one knew where he was now. At night, the sky was filled with stars. High Heaven sect, atop Medicine Peak. Xiaoning Chong sat on the stone steps outside the main hall, resting her chin on her hands as she looked up at the sky. Through the starry night, she seemed to be able to see a familiar figure. Sha sha. Hearing the sound of light footsteps, Xiaoning Chong turned her head to look, and after seeing the face of the person who had come, she could not help smiling slightly. Senior Sister Su. Su Yin gently nodded, walked over to Xiaoning Chong, and stood next to her, also looking up at the sky. Two peerlessly beautiful women, one standing and one sitting, suddenly became the most beautiful scenery in the world. A gentle breeze blew over, causing her hair to flutter like a waterfall. Su Yin narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and asked, Junior sister, are you worried about him? Xianing Cheng slowly shook her head. I'm not worried. He always returns safely. Then you're reluctant? Su Yin asked again. Xianing Cheng's face could not help but blush as she bit her red lips and asked, Senior sister, are you willing? Su Yan's white jade-like cheeks also could not help but blush as she shook her head. Naturally, I'm reluctant. But it doesn't matter. It's always like this. Yes, it's always like this. Xianing Cheng smiled softly. I'm already a little used to it. Su Yin said, Men are quite worrisome. Back then, we were just small characters in the central capital. Later, we went to Tongxian realm, and then came to the Star Territory. Every time we moved to a new place, our horizons would be much higher. Every time, he would be the vanguard. This time is the same. Although we don't know what the situation is in the star boundary or what dangers there are, all we can do is to not fall behind him too much in terms of cultivation and weight. Senior sister, are you a little unwilling? I want to be by his side and experience the trials and tribulations together. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Thinking about all of Yang Kai's experiences over the years, there had never been a time when she had been by his side when he was in danger. On the contrary, every time she was in danger, Yang Kai would always appear in front of her like a god, using his heroic body to block all of the storms that were about to hit her. While enjoying being protected and cared for, Su Yin naturally felt a little unreconciled. Even if I have to face a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, even if I have to face the azura of hell, even if it's just once, I want to walk hand in hand with you. Even if I have to pay with my life, even if my soul is destroyed, I will have no regrets. After a moment of silence, the two women's beautiful eyes pierced through the void and stared into the distance. Outside Shadowed Star, the 10,000-kilometer frontier territory was a dead territory that still contained a large amount of terrifying energy. This was the remnant aura of destruction left over from the battle between the great emperors of Starfield and the Insect Emperor. Here, there was a rich emperor pressure and chaotic world principles that even Origin Kings did not dare to enter. It was because of this dead territory that Shadowed Star had not been discovered by the outside world for so many years and had remained in a semi-closed state. At this moment, Yang Kai was in the center of this dead territory with his upper body bare. He was covered in blood and exuding a golden light. The powerful healing ability of his golden blood was constantly repairing his injuries, but the terrifying emperor pressure around him was also constantly destroying his body. His physical body was constantly being destroyed and repaired. Yang Kai was suffering unimaginable pain and torture. Yang Kai did not use any of his strength to resist the surrounding emperor pressure, and instead only used his physical body to sense the mysteries of this emperor pressure and the profoundness of the world principles. He had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. His physique was incredibly strong. He had taken countless shadowed heaven pills, and his body contained pure golden blood. All these advantages allowed him to survive in this terrifying place. Any other Origin King would have to circulate their strength to resist the terrifying power of this dead territory. However, the extremely terrifying emperor pressure was still not something he could easily resist. Yang Kai had no choice but to explode the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to maintain his vitality. As time passed, a golden blood cocoon had formed around Yang Kai's body. Looking at him from afar, it was as if he had become a silkworm, his entire body wrapped in this blood cocoon. Only the sound of his strong heartbeat could be heard from this cocoon, demonstrating his surging vitality. Although the torture was unbearable, Yang Kai felt that this was a rare experience and opportunity for him, as well as an excellent opportunity to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Wrapped in the blood cocoon, Yang Kai took out his 5 elements supreme treasure and madly swallowed the 5 elements Yuan Qi contained within it, absorbing it into his physique. Not only that, Yang Kai also took out the origin essence crystal he had obtained from Purple Star's Clear Sky Auction House and began prying into the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm. Starfield was completely silent. No one would have thought that in this daunting dead territory, someone would break through their limits and stimulate their potential under great pressure. Yang Kai knew that he did not have much time left. Arranging the space arrays for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union had wasted a lot of his time, so he could only make up for it in this way. Time passed day by day, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. On this day, the weather was clear and there were no clouds in sight. The blue sky was like a clear mirror. Suddenly, somewhere in the void, a dazzling golden light burst out and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from a very distant location. All of Shadowed Star trembled, as if something was affecting the destiny of the entire star, causing it to tremble violently. In the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The world energy aura of Shadowed Star suddenly became richer, and from the dead territory, countless rays of light shot towards Shadowed Star. These rays of light were extremely colorful and beautiful, each one like a rainbow, dragging a long tail behind them as they fell towards various corners of Shadowed Star. The cultivator of Shadowed Star was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. However, they soon discovered that the places where these colorful rays of light fell were like paradise on Earth. The world energy aura was more than 10 times, maybe even 100 times richer than usual. The barren mountains that were usually deserted were suddenly filled with world energy aura. It would not be long before they were covered in lush greenery, filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Originally, the spirit chi of the cultivation ground was not bad, but now it was even more suitable for martial artists to go into seclusion. Every cultivator felt the blood in their body boiling, and the comfortable environment around them made them ecstatic. They all thought that this was a gift from the heavens. High Heaven Sect, 100 Flowers Peak. The moment this golden light erupted, Yishiyun noticed it and turned her head towards the sky. In the next moment, a ghastly figure suddenly appeared beside her, his aura unfathomable. It was Guizhu, who had successfully broken through to the Third Order Origin King realm not long ago. Seeing that it was Guizhu, Yishiyun nodded lightly. Guizhu grinned and said, "That boy has come out of seclusion." "So it really was Sect Master coming out?" Yishiyun asked. Guizhu replied, "Besides him, the Master of Shadowed Star, who else can affect the destiny of an entire star? He has refined Shadowed Star's source, so his strength is closely related to Shadowed Stars. You have lived on this star for a long time. Haven't you noticed that every time his strength improves, it brings great benefits to Shadowed Star?" Chapter 1925. Hearing what Guizhu said, Yishiyun also gently nodded. The current Shadowed Star is indeed somewhat different from several dozen years ago, but this change is usually done subtly and few people are aware of it. But this time it is obvious. This means that little brat has made great progress this time, perhaps even breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm. Guizhu grinned, his figure wrapped in black chi giving him a gloomy look. The faster a Star Master's strength improved, the greater the benefits the corresponding stars would receive. The two had a relationship of shared honor and disgrace. Third Order Origin King realm. Yishiyun muttered to herself, not knowing when she would be able to break through to this realm. She was more eager to go to the star boundary than anyone else because there was a star field in the star boundary. The last time the great emperors left, she had not been able to follow them, a matter she deeply regretted. The movement in the distant void was not only noticed by Yishiyun and Guizhu, but also by countless people on Shadowed Star. Su Yan, Xianingchong, and Qian Tong, the 3 Origin Kings, needless to say, had much sharper senses than any other cultivator. Many more Origin returning realm masters also turned their gazes towards the sky. However, they were unable to see much of what was happening, only a series of energy rainbows passing through the depths of the star territory and landing all over Shadowed Star, enriching Shadowed Star's world energy. In the distant, dead territory, Yang Kai stood naked in the void with a strange expression on his face, his brow furrowed. He couldn't figure out what was going on with him. Over the past few years, he had been cultivating in the dead territory to comprehend the Emperor pressure. In order to comprehend world principles, he had even used his Origin Essence Crystal. He thought he could break through to the Third Order Origin King realm, but for some unknown reason, he was always a hair's breadth away, causing his cultivation to be stuck at the peak of the Second Order Origin King realm. The most obvious feature was that he had not condensed his own Origin Essence Crystal in his body. An origin essence crystal contained the essence and insights of an origin king realm cultivator. Without an origin essence crystal, one could not be a third-order origin king. Although his cultivation had not made a breakthrough, under the strong pressure of the dead territory, his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art had broken through. Of the 5 elements' supreme treasures, except for the sun's true essence, all the other materials had been consumed and absorbed by him. In addition, his territory domain had reached the grand accomplishment stage. So even if he hadn't broken through, Yang Kai felt that he was much stronger than before. Is the opportunity not there yet? Or is there something missing? Yang Kai couldn't understand. A cultivator Dao. He was destined to experience all kinds of hardships. Nothing could be forced. So, though, he was that said Yang had a chance. Yang confidence, he could break through to the origin. Yang said Yang said, he was Yang of Yang. Forget it. I'll leave it at that for the time being. In any case, my current strength is not much worse than those people, so it's more than enough to open a path to the star boundary. Yang Kai soon relaxed and took out a new set of clothes from his space ring to put on. His figure flickered as he directly crossed a few 100,000 kilometers and returned to Shadowed Star. As the Star Master, this kind of thing was a piece of cake for him. After returning to the sect, Yang Kai did not alarm too many people and only met with his family. A few days later, he took Su Yin and Xiaoning Chang through the cross-cultivation star space array and left Shadowed Star. For the next year, no one knew his whereabouts. A year's time was neither long nor short. One day, a year later, High Heaven Sect's cross-cultivation star space array suddenly lit up with a white light, and from this light, 2 figures appeared. Yi Shiyun and Guizhu had been waiting here for a long time. After seeing the newcomers, Yi Shiyun bowed and looked at the majestic man and asked, "Is Your Excellency the President of Hongluo Chamber of Commerce, AIO?" The man nodded slightly and smiled. "It is this AI. High Heaven Sect's Yi Shiyun greets President AIO. So it is Elder Yi. I've been looking forward to meeting you." AIO hurriedly cupped his fists. He had also learned about the situation in High Heaven Sect from Yang Kai. Yi Shiyun then looked at the other person and smiled. "Then this must be Senior Long Tianshang. This one doesn't dare." Long Tianshang's attitude was gentle as he returned the courtesy. "You two came a little early," Guizhu chuckled from the side. AIO and Long Tianshang's eyes narrowed as they stared at Guizhu at the same time. Although Guizhu's aura made them feel a little uncomfortable, both of them knew that he was a master who could stand on equal footing with them, a powerful third-order origin king. So they did not dare to neglect and quickly exchanged pleasantries. "Where is that little brat Yang Kai? Why isn't he here to greet us?" AIO was a little unhappy. After all, he was Yang Kai's father-in-law in name, so how could a son-in-law not greet his father-in-law? "Sect Master has not returned yet, and I don't know where he went, but Sect Master will definitely not miss the time," Yi Shiyun explained. "That smelly brat." AIO spat disdainfully. He must have been wandering around somewhere and lost track of time. Long Tianshang laughed. "A year ago, he went to Hongluo Chamber of Commerce and took Shuiyu away. Didn't he tell you where he was going?" AIO said with a sullen face. "That little brat appears and disappears like a ghost. Before I even agreed, he took Shuiyu away. At that time, he had 3 women with him, all of them origin kings. I really don't know where he found them." 3 women? Yi Shiyun raised her brow. President AIO said that 2 of them should be Sect Master's 2 senior sisters. They are indeed origin kings, but why is there an extra one? As soon as Yi Shiyun's voice fell, she heard someone say, "The extra one is this queen's adopted daughter." As he spoke, the super long-distance space array lit up again, and a graceful and peerless figure appeared from within. Following closely behind her was a burly man who looked like a bear. AIO and Long Tianshang were startled and hurriedly looked back. After seeing the face of the newcomer, AIO's eyes almost popped out as he exclaimed, "Chi-Yu, why is it you, old witch?" The newcomer was Red Moon Tribal Lord of Monster Star, the only monster king on the entire Monster Star. And from AIO's tone, the two obviously knew each other. However, this was not surprising, as there were only so many origin kings in the star territory, and those above the second order were pitifully few. Even if they had never met, they had heard of each other. Chiyu sneered. What? You can come here, but this queen can't? Aio snorted. I haven't seen you for many years, but your mouth is still as sharp as ever. However, I didn't expect that little brat Yongkai to be related to your monster race. What surprised me even more was that you have also reached the third order origin king realm. Aren't you the same? Chiyu looked at Aio with a faint smile. Aio narrowed his eyes. So, you are also one of the six? Aren't you? Chiyu asked back. Naturally, Yongkai can be considered this king's son-in-law. How can this king refuse his invitation? Aio smiled proudly. Sorry, Yongkai is also this queen's son-in-law, Chiyu sneered. The two masters looked at each other and suddenly gritted their teeth and cursed together. How many women does this brat have? A year ago, Yongkai went to Hongluo Chamber of Commerce and took away Shuiyu. Similarly, he went to Monster Star and took away Shanqing Luo. Including Su Yin and Xianing Chong, he now had 4 stunning beauties by his side. Moreover, all 4 of them were first-order origin kings. Shuiyu had also broken through to the origin king realm during the few years Yongkai was in retreat. She had lived up to her talent. Who isn't a romantic youth? Long Tiansheng laughed from the side. You two should be content. Having a character like Yongkai as your son-in-law should be a great bargain. Aio frowned. Even so, I'm still a little unwilling. Chiyu said coldly. When he comes back, let's teach him a lesson first. Aio nodded fiercely to the side in agreement. Because of this, the two of them instantly stood on the same side. You are all honored guests of my high heaven sect. Sect master has not returned yet, so this mistress will be in charge of managing the sect. Please enter and rest. The scenery of my high heaven sect is quite good. Yi Shiyun said as she stepped aside and gestured. The few of them had no objections and immediately followed Yi Shiyun into High Heaven Sect, where they were arranged on one of the main peaks. Over the next few days, honored guests arrived one after another. Sword Union's Union Master Gu Tsongyun arrived at High Heaven Sect with Gu Jian Xian through the Cross-Cultivation Star Space Array. The elusive Wu Dao also arrived at High Heaven Sect through the Cross-Cultivation Star Space Array. Yi Shiyun made proper arrangements and did not leave out any feeling of neglect. Today, High Heaven Sect had gathered a total of 6 third-order origin kings. This was something that would have been impossible in the past. Third-order origin kings had always been elusive, and no one knew where they were in retreat to comprehend the heavenly way, but now, they were all gathered together. Such a rare opportunity excited many of the origin kings present. After everyone gathered, they began discussing the martial Tao on one of the main peaks of High Heaven Sect, exchanging their cultivation experiences. The sounds of discussion stirred up the surrounding world energy and spread out in all directions, benefiting many High Heaven Sect disciples. The concept of time had become extremely faint in the minds of origin kings. Once the 6 third-order origin kings sat down, an entire month passed. During this month, the voices of the 6 constantly resounded from the top of the main peak, their voices echoing in all directions, filling the void with profound mysteries. Even after more than a decade, there were still traces of the third-order origin kings discussing the martial Tao on this main peak. Many High Heaven Sect disciples liked to come to this main peak to meditate, hoping to catch a glimpse of its mysteries. A month later, the Cross-Cultivation Star Space Array, which had been silent for a long time, flashed again. This time, 5 figures emerged from it. 1 man and 4 women. The one in the middle was Yongkai, and the other 4 were naturally Su Yin, Xianing Chong, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu. Chapter 1926. The cross-cultivation star space array that Yongkai had arranged in star territory over the years had connected almost the entire territory, making it extremely convenient for him to travel back and forth. In the past year, he had taken his 4 women on a tour of the central capital, spent some time in Tongxian Realm's 9 Heavens Holy Land, visited many beautiful stars, and toured the wonders of star territory. This year was an extremely fulfilling and joyful one for Yongkai and his 4 women. Because there were no disputes, no battles, and no cultivation during this year, all they did was help each other in times of need. Everyone forgot everything and cherished what they had. But this day finally came, and Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Sect with his 4 women. The moment Yang Kai's figure appeared, the Third Order Origin Kings who were discussing suddenly turned their heads towards the space array. "That little brat is back," Long Tianshang grinned. "Smelly brat, you're finally willing to show up," Chiyu coldly snorted, looking quite displeased. Guizhu chuckled strangely. "Sect Master is blessed with many wives, so it's rare for him to remember to return on time. Everyone shouldn't ask for too much." AIO directly sent a message. "Boy, I'll give you 3 days to deal with trivial matters. After 3 days, act according to plan." On the other side of the space array, Yang Kai's expression changed as he cupped his fists towards the main peak where everyone was. Immediately after, he turned his head and smiled at the 4 women. "I still have 3 days." No matter who it was, the 4 women couldn't help but look gloomy. Although they had been mentally prepared, when this day really came, they were still reluctant. What's more, they were worried about the unknown place Yang Kai was going to. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai sat in High Heaven Sect and gathered many of the sect's elders. To discuss the development of the sect, Yi Shiyun was appointed to temporarily take over the role of sect master while Su Yin Xianing Chong was promoted to elder, assisting from the side. This way, even if he and Guizhu left High Heaven Sect, with 3 First-Order Origin Kings here and the sect's natural spirit array, the sect's safety could be guaranteed unless it was attacked by a Third-Order Origin King. However, even if a Third-Order Origin King attacked, High Heaven Sect still had the power to fight back. After arranging everything, Yang Kai finally felt relieved. Subsequently, he also left behind a large number of secret arts, secret techniques, and pills which he hid on one of High Heaven Sect's main peaks for the disciples to practice. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, the atmosphere in High Heaven Sect was solemn. Countless disciples left their secluded places and gathered in the square, looking up at the man who had single-handedly created High Heaven Sect. The 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju said goodbye to Yang Kai with tears in their eyes. Su Yin and the other 3 women also gathered around Yang Kai and spoke to him one by one. "When you get there, if you meet someone who can take care of you, take them in as well. When a man goes out, he needs a woman to take care of him. Only then can he feel at ease," Su Yin said earnestly. "Junior brother, you have to take care of your body. Don't try to be brave," Xianing Chong whispered with red eyes. "No matter what you do outside, you have to give us some space. You have to leave us some space in your heart." Shueyu's expression was gloomy. "If you dare to abandon us sisters, I'll see you again. The next time we meet, I'll—" Shanqing Luo gestured with her fingers like a sword, a murderous aura surging from her body. Yang Kai laughed dryly and his expression became solemn. He said, "While I'm away, I'll have to trouble you to take care of father and mother." "Of course. You can go with peace of mind," Su Yin nodded seriously. "It's good to have you around," Yang Kai said affectionately. The 4 women couldn't help blushing a little. Shanqing Luo saying coquettishly, "Hurry up and go. The seniors are all watching us make a fool of ourselves." Yang Kai chuckled, not caring about the gazes of others as he pulled the 4 women into his arms one by one, hugging them fiercely, seemingly wanting to retain the softness and warmth of their bodies before turning around and flying off into the distance without looking back. The 4 women all opened their mouths, but none of them called out. Respectfully sending off Sect Master. I wish Sect Master success and success. I wish all the seniors prosperity and a safe return. Behind him, Yi Shiyun's voice sounded. In the next moment, the entire High Heaven Sect shouted in unison, respectfully sending off Sect Master. I wish Sect Master success and success. I wish all the seniors prosperity and a safe return. Their voices were like dragons and their auras like rainbows, shaking the 9 heavens. Thank you for your blessings. Long Tianshang laughed and responded from afar. Several streams of light quickly shot towards the star field and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that many people began to silently shed tears. Somewhere in the star field, a group of 7 people stood. Except for Yang Kai, everyone else was a Third-Order Origin King. For Yang Kai, Everyone here was basically an acquaintance. Guizhu, Qiyu, and Aio needn't be mentioned. Although Long Tianshang and Yang Kai had only met a few times, they could be considered to have met a few times. Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Yun, was a short old man. Yang Kai often exchanged cultivation experiences with this old man when he was in Sword Union for more than a year. Gu Yun was a gentle person without any arrogance, so Yang Kai had a good impression of him. The friendship between the two was also quite good. As for the last person, Yang Kai didn't recognize him. Seeing him cast a suspicious gaze towards the last master, Long Tianshang smiled and said, Come, Yang Kai, let me introduce you. This is the oldest and strongest third-order origin king in Star Territory, Brother Wu Dao. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, You are Master Wu Dao? Wu Dao didn't look very eye-catching. He wore a gray robe and his hair and beard were all white. Although he had the demeanor of a transcendent being, he was skinny. If Long Tianshang hadn't introduced him, he wouldn't have thought that this was the legendary Wu Dao. Daoless was the name of a person and the symbol of an era. It was rumored that this person had lived for more than 5,000 years and had experienced countless major events in the territory of the Star Realm. He had witnessed the rise and fall of many forces. Although he was an elusive figure, he was recognized as the strongest origin king realm master in the world. It was Wu Dao. The first time Yang Kai heard the name Wu Dao was on Green Mountain Star. During the Blood Prison trial, Yang Kai met a young man named Su Bin Bai, who was Tyrannical's disciple. Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai was also here for this reason. Seeing Su Bin Bai in a different light, it could be seen how famous Pathless was. This was simply a living fossil within the territory of the Star Realm. The rarest thing was that although this person's strength was extraordinary, he had always lived in seclusion. He had never done anything to bully others, and his reputation had always been good, earning the respect and worship of many cultivator. Junior Yang Kai greets Master Wu Dao. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and quickly bowed. Sect Master Yang is too polite. Wu Dao smiled faintly. Brother Long is just flattering this old master. Why do you take it so seriously? This old master is just a bastard. It's not a big deal that I've lived for a long time, but Sect Master Yang was able to find a way to enter the star boundary to explore the higher martial Dao. This Wu Dao admires Sect Master Yang greatly. This time, I will have to trouble Sect Master Yang to lead the way. Yang Kai quickly said he didn't dare and looked around, saying, For all of you to disregard your own safety and assist this junior in opening the way to the star boundary, this junior is deeply grateful. Please accept this junior's bow. Saying so, Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. Qiyu smiled and said, Little brat, don't make this matter sound like it's your own. We agreed to your request entirely out of consideration for ourselves. After reaching the Third Order Origin King Realm, if you want to break through, you can only go to the star boundary as a cultivator. Who would be willing to step forward? Wu Dao being able to come here is the best example. Wu Dao smiled bitterly and said, Yes. When I heard Brother Long mention this old master knew that I had no choice but to come this time. This old master will not live for long. A third-order origin king who had lived for more than 5,000 years. Wu Dao himself didn't have much lifespan left, and if he wanted to take another step forward, he could only break through his own cultivation. Going to the star boundary was his last hope, so how could he not come? That being said, this junior still has to thank all of you. Yang Kai felt a little guilty because he hadn't told them all the truth, including the matter of the guardian of the star territory. However, it didn't make sense to say such things now, so Yang Kai didn't go into detail. All right, enough with the small talk. Boy, tell us what to do now, Aio urged impatiently. Are all of you going to the star boundary? Yang Kai asked. Marshal Uncle Long won't be going. He's just here to assist, Aio explained. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is a big business, so someone has to stay behind to oversee it, so this time I will accompany you. Yang Kai nodded, expressing his understanding. He had already made proper arrangements for High Heaven Sect with 3 origin kings, so there was no need to mention Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't have a third-order origin king, it would likely be carved up by others in a few years. In that case, Junior will begin. As Yang Kai spoke, his expression became solemn as he waved his hand and sent out 9 Star Emperor tokens. These 9 Star Emperor tokens were originally dull and plain, as the divine technique sealed inside them had already been used, leaving only a trace of Emperor pressure behind. But when they appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the 9 Star Emperor tokens began to emit a buzzing sound. Immediately, the lines on the Star Emperor tokens began to flash. These lines were extremely complex and seemed to contain a great deal of mystery. Under the premise that no one was controlling them, the 9 Star Emperor tokens began to rotate according to a certain trajectory. Gradually, one of the Star Emperor tokens was fixed in the center while the other 8 scattered around, forming a regular octagonal array. From the depths of the star territory, there seemed to be some kind of suction force that was pulling in countless scattered energies into this 8-pointed array, causing the buzzing sound of the Star Emperor tokens to become more and more obvious as the lines on them became brighter and brighter. At that moment, Yang Kai shouted, "Everyone, please pour your Saint Chi into this array." As soon as these words fell, he was the first to erupt with his own strength and pour it into the 8-pointed array. The others did not want to be outdone either. They roared, growled, or remained silent. However, every single one of them used all the power they had in their lives. In an instant, with everyone as the center, the star field within a 10,000-kilometer radius began to shake. Chapter 1927. If a third-order origin king attacked with their full strength, it would be enough to destroy a small cultivation star. Inside this star field, a total of 6 third-order origin kings and 1 second-order origin king had gathered. 7 people attacking together. How spectacular would that be? If such a huge amount of energy were to erupt, it would definitely be able to destroy the entire star field, turning it into a vacuum. But in fact, such a situation did not occur. The 8-pointed array formed by the 9 Star Emperor tokens seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit at this moment, and no matter how many masters poured their Saint Chi into it, it would still be swallowed up. Everyone's complexion changed as they realized that they had underestimated the means of the Great Emperors. The Great Emperors had created these Star Emperor tokens tens of thousands of years ago, yet they still possessed such great power. It was difficult to imagine what kind of strength the Great Emperors themselves possessed. Exchanging glances, there was no need for communication. Everyone began pushing their strength more and more fiercely into the 8-pointed array. As time passed, the 8-pointed array grew brighter and brighter, and the 8-pointed array itself grew larger and larger. Originally only the size of a wash basin, the 8-pointed array had now grown to the size of a table. Every origin king wore dignified expressions, as pushing their Saint Chi so crazily was not a small burden for them. However, they were also feeling quite satisfied because some of them had not tried to use their full strength for a long time. They were all standing at the peak of star territory, so who was qualified to make them use their full strength? But now, the 8-pointed array was an opening for them to vent their strength. Gu Songyun could not help but laugh loudly, not caring about the loss of his own strength as he desperately squeezed out more of it. It was as if he wanted to see where his limits were. The others naturally did not want to be outdone and began using their own secret techniques. In an instant, the energy they poured into the 8-pointed array increased by a few notches. After a while, everyone's complexion became ugly, because they found that even if they continued to push their Saint Chi, there were still no signs of opening the path to the star boundary. Instead, the 8-pointed array was constantly growing larger. Everyone could not help turning to look at Yang Kai, wanting to see some clues from his face. He saw that Yang Kai's expression was as usual, without the slightest hint of panic. He was neither too fast nor too slow, and was not at all inferior to the others. His calmness made everyone feel a little more at ease. They all took out recovery pills and stuffed them into their mouths before continuing. This situation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the Origin Kings had taken countless pills to maintain the circulation of their strength. Until a certain moment 3 days later, a loud buzzing sound suddenly erupted in the star field. At this moment, the shining octagonal formation rapidly expanded outwards. Then, it shrank to the size of a house and stabilized in an instant. Rays of profound light flowed as the octagonal array stood quietly in the void like the open mouth of a beast. The 9-star Emperor tokens had long since disappeared. Everyone stopped what they were doing. He stared blankly at the entrance of the octagonal formation in front of him, not saying anything for a long time. "This is the passageway?" After a long silence, Guizhu asked. He could feel the power of the void from it. The thing in front of him was somewhat similar to the void corridor, but it was also completely different. It seemed to be more profound and dangerous, causing even someone as powerful as him to feel somewhat apprehensive. "Should we enter or not?" Gu Songyun turned his head and looked around. No one could give an answer. Everyone turned their eyes to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. He opened his mouth and said, "We will definitely enter. However, let's restore ourselves first." Yang Kai is right. Chiyu nodded seriously. "There may be some kind of danger inside. Then let's use half a day to restore ourselves. We don't know how long this thing will last. If we delay for too long and it disappears, the gains will not be worth the losses." Wu Dao voiced his concerns. No one had any objections. Everyone immediately took out pills and sat down to restore themselves. Yang Kai directly took out a large number of Saint crystals from his space ring and pushed his Saint Chi to explode them, allowing the rich energy to linger around and assist the masters in restoring themselves. Half a day later, everyone gathered at the entrance of the 8-pointed spirit array again. Yang Kai took the lead and said without the slightest fear, "This junior will be the vanguard. Seniors, please bring up the rear." "How can I let you do this?" Ao snorted. No matter what, Yang Kai was his son-in-law. As his father-in-law, he certainly couldn't let Yang Kai take such risks. If something happened, wouldn't Shuiyu become a widow? Saying so, he was about to be the first to enter. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to stop him and said lightly, "I am proficient in the Tao of space. This is a kind of void corridor. It will be more convenient for me to walk in front." Yang Kai is right. Ao, don't try to be brave. In this situation, Space Force is more useful. Chiyu nodded in agreement. Ao hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Then be careful, little brat." Yang Kai smiled lightly and turned to Long Tianshang, "Senior Long. I'll have to trouble Senior to take care of Shadowed Star. Don't worry, I will come here often. In any case, it is convenient to come and go now. As long as my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce exists, Shadowed Star will be safe." Long Tianshang quickly said, "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly before turning around and plunging into the entrance of the 8-pointed spirit array. Immediately after him, Gu Songyun, Wu Dao, and Guizhu flashed in one after another. Chiyu also followed closely behind. Ao bid farewell to Long Tianshang before rushing in as well. In the blink of an eye, only Long Tianshang was left. He stared quietly at the entrance of the 8-pointed spirit array with a look of yearning in his eyes. In the end, he sighed, turned around, and flew towards Shadowed Star. After Yang Kai entered the entrance of the 8-pointed spirit array, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He thought that this place would be the same as the void corridor he had passed through before. It should be empty and chaotic. But when he walked in, he found that things were not as he thought at all. This place was not a chaotic void at all. Instead, it was filled with extremely pure energy. There were specks of fluorescent light all around, making one feel as if they were in a sea of starlight. These fluorescent lights danced around like fireflies, as if they had a life of their own, vivid and lifelike. Looking around, Yang Kai was surrounded by this kind of starlight. It was as if he was in a sea of starlight. Yang Kai could not help but let out a comfortable grunt, feeling the fatigue from opening the star boundary passage these past few days had been swept away. With a single thought, the surrounding starlight seemed to be drawn towards him, immediately disappearing into his body. Pure energy was born from the place where the starlight disappeared, wandering through his limbs and bones, filling his body that had not yet recovered. Yang Kai was overjoyed, never having expected such a thing to happen. "This is..." Someone behind him exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, he was also stunned by the scene here. Yang Kai did not need to look back to know that it was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Songyun. Immediately afterward, Wu Dao, Guizhu, Chiyu, and AIO. All of them no longer had their usual aloof and lofty image. They no longer had the mentality that third-order origin kings should have, as they were all shocked by this place. The world energy here is so rich, and it's so pure that it can be directly absorbed without refining. If we cultivate here, wouldn't one day be equivalent to a year outside? What is this place? Have we already reached the star boundary? This should not be the star boundary. Yang Kai shook his head. How do you know? It's hard to say. Yang Kai explained with a wry smile. But I know that this place should be between the territory of the star boundary and the star boundary. Only by passing through here can we enter the star boundary. The environment here is already so superior. Could it be that the star boundary is even better? With this thought in mind, everyone could no longer calm down. If that was the case, breaking through to the next realm was just around the corner. Everyone who could cultivate to the third-order origin king realm was a peerless genius, and if they had the right environment, their cultivation would definitely soar. I don't know what the situation is like in the star boundary, but we may not be able to stay here for long. Yang Kai did not let everything in front of him go to his head and calmly analyzed. What do you mean? This is a passage after all. Who can guarantee that it will always be stable? If there is any turbulence, we may be lost here forever. Hearing what he said, everyone could not help but be shocked as they realized that they had overlooked the danger. AIO nodded. Yang Kai is right. I'm afraid this is really not a place to stay for long. Yang Kai smiled. But there is no need to be too nervous. Since we are going to pass through this place, we should try to get as many benefits as possible. I just sense that the starlight here can not only restore one's Saint Chi, it also seems to have the effect of cleansing one's body and soul. You might as well circulate your secret art and absorb it. Cleansing the body and soul? Wu Dao's eyes lit up as he laughed. If that's the case, we can't miss out on this opportunity. Hearing this news, no one dared to neglect and quickly circulated their secret arts to absorb the dense starlight around them like fireflies. But soon, everyone discovered a problem. Among the 6 of them, the speed at which Yang Kai and AIO absorbed the starlight seemed to be more than 10 times faster than the others, especially Yang Kai. Wherever he passed, the starlight seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and rushed towards him like moths to a flame, leaving no trace of starlight behind. Although AIO's situation was not bad, there was still a clear gap between him and Yang Kai. As for the others, they were even worse. They had to work hard to use their Saint Chi to attract the starlight and integrate it into their bodies. In terms of efficiency, they were less than 1% of Yang Kai's. What kind of secret technique are you two cultivating? Wu Dao was puzzled. Of the 6 people here, Yang Kai and AIO were not the strongest, especially Yang Kai, who was only a second-order origin king. His cultivation was at the bottom of the group, but now, he was absorbing the starlight with the greatest efficiency, something Wu Dao could not figure out. Chapter 1928. The others obviously also noticed this problem and turned to look at Yang Kai and AIO in confusion. I didn't use any secret technique. I just circulated my secret art to absorb the starlight, AIO said with an innocent expression as he looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, I also didn't use any secret technique. Everyone here was an overlord of their respective territories. Since they had come here from the star field, it was only natural for them to work together and not engage in mutual deception. As such, no one doubted the words of AIO and Yang Kai. That's strange, the 2 of you. What's so special about you? Gu Songyun frowned and pondered. Chi Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she muttered thoughtfully, Could it be because you're both star masters? Hearing what she said, everyone couldn't help showing a look of understanding, feeling that this was quite possible. Among the 6 of them, only Yang Kai and AIO had refined a star source and were star masters, while the other 4 were not. If there was something different about these 2 compared to the others, there was only one explanation. Thinking about it carefully, this was the only reasonable explanation. Strange, strange. The body of a Star Lord is actually so mysterious? Wu Dao shook his head, a look of regret on his face. If he had known this would happen, he would have tried every means possible to refine a cultivation star. Even if it was extremely dangerous, it was worth a try. The surrounding starlight had the effect of cleansing one's physical body and soul, but this was only what everyone could sense. Perhaps there were more benefits that they had not yet discovered, so naturally the more they could absorb, the better. But now, the other four could only look at Yang Kai and Ao with great envy as the surrounding starlight continued to pour into their bodies and disappear. Ao couldn't help laughing. A smug look appeared on his face. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "How about this? We'll split up. I'll take one side alone. Seniors will take one side. Don't be too far away from each other. Just be able to sense each other's presence." Wherever he passed, there was no longer any starlight. Naturally, he couldn't allow others to follow behind him. Fortunately, so far, no danger had been discovered here, so they could split up. "That's fine," Wu Dao nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's proposal. The others also had no objections, so the 6 of them split into 2 lines, with Yang Kai on the right and the remaining 5 on the left. The group of 6 people moved forward at a moderate pace. Although Yang Kai did not understand why Star Masters had such great convenience here, the starlight here was definitely related to their source. Otherwise, he and Ao would not be so different from the others. It was probably because of the star source in his body that these starlights were so close to him. It was so easily absorbed. After observing the situation on his left and finding that Ao and the others were all fine, Yang Kai relaxed and focused on feeling the benefits of the starlight entering his body. Yang Kai's is star. But as the starlight entered his body, Yang Kai still felt that his physique had improved significantly. His flesh and blood wriggled, and each piece of his flesh seemed to contain heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Even the pure golden blood flowing in his body was purified to a certain extent. Pure golden blood was Yang Kai's unique treasure. He had always thought that this pure golden blood could not be any purer. But only now did he realize that he had been too short-sighted. Pure golden blood could still be condensed. His body was cleansed, becoming spotless, his bones crystal clear, and even his 5 viscera and 6 bowels glowing like porcelain. This was a sign that his body had become extremely pure. In terms of his soul, Yang Kai had also obtained great benefits. Yang Kai transformed into his soul avatar and entered his knowledge sea. He saw specks of starlight filling his entire knowledge sea. While absorbing and strengthening his soul, they flew towards the island formed by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and were accepted by the soul-warming lotus. After accepting the starlight, the soul-warming lotus released a dreamy 7-colored glow that spread outwards like ripples. The glow contained an indescribable mystery, and as the ripples spread, Yang Kai's soul became stronger and stronger. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai suddenly understood. Previously, he and Ao's performance here was different. The speed at which they absorbed the starlight was unmatched by others, which could be explained by their status as Star Masters. But as a Star Master, he absorbed the starlight 10 times faster than Ao. This was hard to explain. He couldn't figure out the reason just now, but now that he saw the situation in his knowledge sea, he understood. It was actually the soul-warming lotus's doing. With the soul-warming lotus helping him absorb the starlight and fusing it with him, how could Ao compare? Seeing this scene, Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Wu Shengfeng, the master from Star Boundary's Falling Star Sect, had said. Wu Shengfeng had said that the soul-warming lotus could evolve further and reach its final form. Yang Kai had been extremely surprised at that time because he had always thought that the 7-colored form was the final form of the soul-warming lotus, but now he learned from Wu Shengfeng that he was wrong. What would the soul-warming lotus look like if it evolved further, and how to make it evolve further? Yang Kai had no idea, but now that he saw the soul-warming lotus actively absorb the starlight, he naturally understood that the starlight here would have a great effect on the evolution of the soul-warming lotus. Letting the soul-warming lotus do as it pleased, Yang Kai slowly walked forward. Wherever he passed, he would become like a magnet, attracting all the nearby starlight to him. Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Kai enjoyed it. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai strolled leisurely. Time passed slowly. There was no sun, moon, or stars here, so no one knew how long they had been here, but at least a month had passed. Suddenly, a low cry came from the left side of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled, thinking that something had happened over there. So he quickly opened his eyes and looked over. But soon, he knew that he was wrong. The 5 people there were safe and sound. But Ao showed a shocked expression, his brow furrowed as if he was thinking about something. The other 4 also had the same expression. Everyone, what happened? Yang Kai asked. Guizhu raised his head and said, Sect Master, feel the power in your body and see if there are any changes. He did not directly answer Yang Kai's question and instead let him feel it himself. Yang Kai immediately understood that this matter was not trivial and did not dare to neglect, immersing himself in it. Soon, Yang Kai also showed a look of shock and his expression changed. It seems that you've noticed it too. Guizhu laughed strangely. It was precisely because we discovered this problem that we suddenly woke up. What's going on? Yang Kai looked at everyone in amazement. Everyone shook their heads, unable to explain. Wu Dao pondered for a long time before speaking. According to this old master's observation, the Saint Qi in our bodies seems to be showing signs of transforming into a higher level of existence. Transforming into a higher level of existence? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes. Wu Dao gently nodded. This old master will state his opinion first. I don't know if it is correct or not, but the situation should be like this. He paused for a moment before continuing. We cultivators, from the beginning of our cultivation, possess Yuan Qi. After our cultivation reaches the Yuan Qi realm, Yuan Qi will transform into Yuan Qi. Only Yuan Qi can support the secret techniques of a cultivator above the Yuan Qi realm. Low-grade Yuan Qi is not qualified. This is like a child growing up and needing to wear bigger clothes. If the clothes are too small, it will only hinder their movements. Everyone nodded lightly. What Wu Dao said was just common sense. Everyone had cultivated for so long. So how could they not understand this? When a cultivator's cultivation reaches the Saint realm, the Yuan Qi in their body will transform into Saint Qi. Wu Dao's eyes flashed, however, after entering the Saint realm, from the Saint King realm to the Origin returning realm to the Origin King realm, there is no sign of Saint Qi transforming. This old master has considered this problem before and has always wondered what kind of power a cultivator's body should possess above Saint Qi, but he could not figure it out. Today, this old master may have found the answer. Speaking of this, Wu Dao's eyes flashed with excitement. What Senior Wu Dao means is, Yang Kai's brow rose. The Saint Qi in our bodies will transform into a higher level of existence? It should be. Wu Dao laughed heartily. And the starlight here does not only have the effect of cleansing the body and soul, it also helps us transform the power in our bodies. This old master estimates that once all the power in our bodies is transformed, we will be able to take that final step. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. The masters here, with the exception of Yang Kai, were all third-order Origin Kings, so they naturally understood what Wu Dao meant by taking that final step. Above the Origin King realm, that was a realm that many masters within the Star Territory had pursued for countless years, but had never been able to reach. At this moment, the transformation of the power in everyone's bodies was an opportunity, a ray of light. This was definitely a brand new power they had never encountered before, one that was many times purer and more powerful than Saint Qi. In other words, if 2 Origin Kings with the same cultivation and the same techniques were to fight, and one used Saint Qi while the other used this brand new power, the latter would definitely win without any suspense. Yuan Qi was stronger than Yuan Qi, and Shang Qi was stronger than Yuan Qi, so this new power was naturally much stronger than Shang Qi. I just don't know what this power is called, Wu Dao said with some regret. After all, no one had ever come into contact with a higher level of the martial Dao, so it was natural that they did not know. But I feel that this power seems to be closely related to my life source and soul source. Qiyu said thoughtfully. All things in the world had their own source. The stars had their own star source, and a cultivator naturally had their own source. The source was the foundation of all things, and without it, everything would perish. The power transformed from Saint Qi in everyone's bodies was closely related to their own essences. Chapter 1929. Yang Kai, you've absorbed the most starlight. How much of the Saint Qi in your body has been transformed? Gu Songyun suddenly asked with concern. As soon as his voice fell, everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai probed for a moment before replying, about 1%. So much. Wu Dao was taken aback. Everyone else also looked at him with envy. Is it a lot? Yang Kai was stunned. Wu Dao smiled bitterly. It's a lot. This old master has only transformed less than 1/10,000th of the Saint Chi in his body, but even so, this old master has benefited greatly. You've already transformed 1%, so I'm afraid it won't be long before all the Saint Chi in your body is transformed. Yes, I estimate that at my current speed, even if I stay here forever, it will take at least 5 or 6 years to transform all my Saint Chi. Chiyu nodded. What about President AIO? Everyone turned their attention to another person they cared about. Much worse than young boy, only about 1/10 of his. AIO shook his head slowly. That's still very fast. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. No one had expected that a star master would receive such extraordinary benefits after entering this place. The speed at which Yang Kai's Saint Chi was transforming was something they couldn't hope to achieve. Everyone chatted for a while and felt that they couldn't waste any more time. After all, such an opportunity wasn't something they could come across easily. They immediately split into two groups again, one absorbing the starlight while the other hurried on. Somewhere about 100,000 kilometers away from where everyone was. This place was also filled with starlight, just like the environment where Yang Kai and the others were. At this place, there were 3 figures. Among these 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. They didn't look very old and were all dressed like youths, but their auras were extremely powerful. One of them, his face was gloomy as he sat cross-legged in the sea of starlight, like a dormant beast, his aura intimidating. So much so that the other 2 actually stayed far away from him, not daring to approach. All 3 of them were cultivators at the Third Order Origin King Realm, and at the place where the 3 of them were, there was a semicircular energy shield that enveloped them. It was unknown what was so mysterious about that semicircular energy shield, but it actually blocked the invasion of the surrounding starlight. Therefore, the area around the 3 of them was completely empty, with not a single thing in sight within a radius of several hundred feet. The man, who was like a dormant beast, closed his eyes tightly. Forming a mysterious seal with his hands, he seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. From time to time, violent energy fluctuations would surge out from his body. Although he was also a Third Order Origin King cultivator, the other man and woman were obviously much weaker compared to this man. Suddenly, the bald man opened his eyes with an impatient look on his face. After looking around for a while, he muttered, "We've already waited here for 5 years. How long more do we have to wait?" Hearing what he said, the woman beside him also opened her eyes, glanced towards the center, and whispered, "Don't be impatient, Brother Fengda. 5 years isn't a long time for you and me, is it?" Being able to stay in the Starlight Corridor with the help of the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield provided by Brother Yin Lushang has already benefited a lot. Hearing her mention Yin Lushang, the bald man, Fengda, glanced at the man in front of him with some apprehension. Nodding, he said, "Yes, we have indeed borrowed the Netherworld Darkness Shroud from Brother Yin to continue staying here. Otherwise, the Starlight Passage can only accommodate 1 person for 2 months before being expelled. But it's not a good idea to keep waiting like this, right? What is Brother Yin waiting for here? Junior Sister Lu, do you know?" Lu Xianyun shook her head slowly. "I don't know, but Brother Yin must have his own plans." Fengda smiled bitterly. "Forget it. Let's not talk about it. By the way, Junior Sister Lu, how much Saint Chi has been transformed in your body?" "About 1/5. Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly as she looked at Yin Lushang with some envy and whispered, "Not as good as Brother Yin. In my opinion, almost all the Saint Chi in his body has been transformed into Source Chi. I'm afraid that as soon as he leaves this Starlight Corridor, he will be able to break through to the Tao Source Realm." A Star Master's body is really extraordinary, Fengda sighed emotionally. Fengda also sighed with emotion. "If I had known this would happen, I would have refined a cultivation star as well. How dangerous is it to refine a star's source?" Lu Xianyun shook her head slowly. "Without a great opportunity, it is impossible to succeed. How many third-order origin kings have died in the past 10,000 years on our great, desolate star territory while trying to refine a star's source? This mistress has never dared to try because she was not fully confident. In any case, since we can come to the star boundary, it won't be too late to search for a star's source in the future. Fengde slowly shook his head. That being said, I have heard that in the star boundary, star sources are extremely rare. Many masters even don't hesitate to sever their cultivation to venture deep into the starlight corridor and return to the territory of the various star boundaries. You and I missed the opportunity before, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to obtain star sources in the future. Lu Xianyun looked sad, knowing that Fengde was right. You two are making this king a little restless. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded. Both Lu Xianyun and Fengde couldn't help shivering as they looked up in fear, just in time to see Lu Shang, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, open his eyes. His eyes were extremely cold, seemingly without the slightest emotion, making anyone who looked at them feel extremely uncomfortable. Lu Xianyun squeezed out a smile and said apologetically, "This mistress and Brother Feng were just casually chatting and did not expect to disturb Brother Yin. Please forgive us, Brother Yin." Lu Shang looked indifferent and did not say anything. Fengde frowned and said, "Brother Yin, we have been waiting here for 5 years. Do we still have to wait any longer? Do you want to leave this place?" Lu Shang glanced at Fengde faintly. Fengde said, "If Brother Yin can tell you exactly what you're waiting for here, then this Feng wouldn't mind risking his life to accompany you. However, since entering this starlight corridor, you've been meditating in seclusion here. This Feng is really... Are you dissatisfied with my approach?" Lu Shang's voice was cold. Fengde's expression became ugly as he frowned. "I dare not. It's just..." Before he could finish speaking, his vision suddenly blurred as Lu Shang appeared in front of him at some unknown time. Under the cold gaze of Lu Shang, Fengde couldn't help feeling goosebumps rise all over his body. An aura of death enveloped him, causing him to scream in horror, and without hesitation, he launched a counterattack. "Don't!" Lu Xianyun's pretty face changed drastically as she cried out. "Humph!" Lu Shang coldly snorted. Facing Fengde's terrifying attack, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he casually raised his hand and neutralized the attack, then immediately grabbed Fengde's neck with his hand. In an instant, Fengde, who was also a third-order origin king, was suppressed and unable to circulate his Saint Qi properly, allowing Lu Shang to lift him up like a little chick. This scene was simply unbelievable, and even Lu Xianyun was stunned in place. Only at this moment did she realize that she had been underestimating this Lu Shang. He had definitely transformed all the Saint Qi in his body into Source Qi. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to subdue Fengde in a single move. After all, before coming here, Lu Shang was indeed strong, but not to this extent. But after coming here, the distance between them suddenly increased. This was the direct result of transforming one's Saint Qi into Source Qi. "Brother Yin?" Fengde struggled, but he could not break free from Lu Shang's grip, a look of horror flashing across his eyes as he felt death beckoning him, his face turning pale. "If we were not both from the territory of Great Desolate Star, do you think this king would be so kind as to let you enjoy the benefits of the Netherworld territory? Not only are you ungrateful, you even dared to question this king's approach. You deserve to die." Lu Shang reprimanded coldly as he increased his strength, causing Fengde's soul to fly out of his body. Lu Xianyun's pretty face also turned pale. She wanted to plead for mercy, but when she remembered Lu Shang's cruel style, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Because she knew that if she provoked Lu Shang's anger, Fengde would not be the only one to die. She could only squeeze out a smile and say, "Brother Yin, please show mercy. This mistress and Brother Feng know we were wrong. Please forgive Brother Feng." "You know you were wrong?" Lu Shang asked indifferently. Fengde nodded quickly. "Don't do it again." Lu Shang snorted coldly and threw Fengde aside as if he was throwing a rag sack. Lu Xianyun wanted to help him, but she didn't dare to act rashly and could only look at Lu Shang in fear. After punishing Fengde a little, the latter did not attack again, instead crossing his hands behind his back and saying lightly, "This king doesn't want to go too far. After all, you and I both come from the territory of Great Desolate Star, and my Netherworld sect also has inheritances in the star boundary. After arriving in the star boundary, you can worship my Netherworld sect, and we will still be a family in the future. Lu Xianyun squeezed out a smile and said, since Brother Ian has said so, then this mistress will respectfully accept. The reputation of the Netherworld sect in Great Desolate Star's territory was not very good, and it was probably the same in the star boundary, but there were many masters in the sect, and few people dared to provoke it. If they could enter the star boundary this time, perhaps their cultivation would be much smoother in the future. It was just that the Netherworld sect's name would be tainted for no reason, which made Lu Xianyun a little unhappy. But now that things had come to this, she had no other choice. Feng De, who had escaped from death, was also grateful, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Yin Lusheng was very satisfied with the attitude of the two of them and took the initiative to ask, do you want to know why this king has not entered the star boundary and instead has been waiting here? Lu Xianyun and Feng De glanced at each other, the former saying, if it is not convenient for Brother Yin to say, there is nothing inconvenient about it, Yin Lusheng said lightly. Since you are going to join the Netherworld sect anyway, you are not outsiders, so there is no harm in telling you. The reason this king has been waiting here is to wait for a cultivator from other stars to enter the star boundary. Chapter 1930. A cultivator waiting for the territory of another star to enter the star boundary? Lu Xianyun and Feng De were taken aback, never having expected that Yin Lusheng would not hesitate to use the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield to isolate the starlight here for 5 years, just for this reason. One had to know that the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield was the sect guarding treasure of the Netherworld sect. It was said to have been passed down from the star boundary, and its grade had long surpassed Origin King grade. Only a sect like the Netherworld sect, which also had inheritances in the star boundary, could possess such a heaven-defying treasure, and every time it was used, the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield would absorb tens of millions of Yin souls. Lu Xianyun suddenly recalled that 5 years ago, Yin Lusheng had gone to a cultivation star in the territory of Great Desolate Star and massacred the inhabitants of more than a dozen cities. At that time, she had thought he had lost all humanity, but now it seemed that he was actually preparing for the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield. You don't understand? Yin Lusheng looked at the two lightly. Lu Xianyun shook her head and said, please enlighten me, Brother Yin. Yin Lusheng said, I am waiting for those star masters. As soon as this statement came out, both Lu Xianyun and Feng De showed a look of realization. Lu Xianyun said, could it be that the rumored Netherworld sect has a secret technique that can seize the source of stars of others is true? Yin Lusheng nodded and said, naturally. So, Brother Yin wants to seize the source of stars of others? No. Yin Lusheng's eyes flashed coldly. I already have a source of stars, so I won't be able to obtain a second one in a short time. Then, Brother Yin, I do have one, but I still lack a decent gift for this trip to the Star Boundary's Netherworld sect. If I can prepare such a gift, this king's future will be smooth sailing after entering the Star Boundary's Netherworld sect. Lu Xianyun and Feng De understood. What did he want to do by waiting here for 5 years? Although Yin Lusheng was almost a tyrant in the territory of Great Desolate Star, he was just a third-order Origin King after all. Once he entered the Star Boundary, such a cultivation would be nothing. The Netherworld sect had fierce internal competition. Infighting between disciples was a common occurrence. This time, Yin Lusheng was going to the Star Boundary's Netherworld sect without a backer. Without a backer, he could only rely on himself. As for the Star Lord level cultivator, that was his goal. As long as he could bring such a gift to the Netherworld sect, would he be afraid of not being valued? For a time, Lu Xianyun and Feng De couldn't help admiring Yin Lusheng's foresight. Any third-order Origin King cultivator yearned for the Star Boundary, so spending 5 years waiting here showed how determined Yin Lusheng was. It was just that, it would be fine if he could wait, but if he couldn't, then the losses would outweigh the gains. After all, he was always here. Even if all the Saint Qi in Yin Lusheng's body was converted into Source Qi, he wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough and would only be wasting time. As long as this king can gain the attention of the Star Boundary's Netherworld sect, I will definitely not lack cultivation resources in the future, and the day I become an emperor is just around the corner. If the two of you follow me, you won't be short of benefits." Lu Xianyun and Feng De quickly thanked him. "Since you know this king's plan, then don't be noisy and wait patiently." Yin Lusheng waved his hand. Yes, Lu Xianyun and Feng De nodded in unison. After experiencing the scene just now, neither of them could resist. No matter who it was, neither of them had the heart to resist. If Yin Lusheng wanted to kill them, it would only be a matter of waving his hand. The distance between them was just too big. At that moment, a crisp tinkling sound rang out. Yin Lusheng was startled and immediately took out a small bell from his waist. This bell looked inconspicuous, but at this moment, it seemed to be disturbed by something and constantly emitted a soft ringing sound. "Someone's coming." Yin Lusheng's eyes flashed. He couldn't help grinning. This king has not waited here for 5 years in vain. "I hope you won't disappoint me too much, otherwise, heh. His low laughter was extremely harsh, causing Lu Xianyun and Feng De's expressions to change drastically. They secretly mourned for the people who were about to arrive. No matter how powerful and influential these people were in their star fields, no matter how high their status was, they would never be able to defeat them. But meeting Yin Lusheng here could only be said to be their bad luck. If Yin Lusheng had waited until he became a Star Master level cultivator, it would have been fine, as he would probably have given them a quick death. But if he didn't, Lu Xianyun and Feng De were sure that these people would soon understand what it meant to suffer a fate worse than death. After all, the Netherworld sect's methods of torture were enough to make the entire territory of Great Desolate Star tremble. 100 kilometers ahead, Yang Kai and the others were safe and sound. He didn't know what the situation of the others was like, but the Saint Qi in his body was transforming into another form at a very fast speed. This kind of power was closely related to his own essence, making him feel more and more comfortable and powerful. However, this transformation speed was still a bit slow. He estimated that at this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 days. The group of 6 was silent. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked forward, his brow furrowing. Faintly, he felt the aura of a living being in front of him, but due to the special environment here, even with the strength of his divine sense, he couldn't explore too far, so he wasn't sure. After thinking about it, Yang Kai began circulating his Space Force secret technique and adding his Space Force to his divine sense. In an instant, his divine sense crossed the void and probed into the distance. Sure enough, there's someone here. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. This was something he had never expected. There was actually someone else in this starlight corridor. Was this a cultivator preparing to enter the star boundary from some other star's territory? Yang Kai could only speculate. At the same time, he quickly sent a divine sense message to everyone to stop. On the other side, Yin Lusheng, who was waiting quietly, narrowed his eyes slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Just now, Yang Kai actually felt a strange divine sense float past him, which made him feel a little incredulous because in this starlight corridor, one's divine sense couldn't explore too far. Even Yang Kai himself couldn't see more than a kilometer away, so he had to rely on the bell-like artifact to detect the aura of a living person approaching. Was it an illusion? Yin Lusheng muttered to himself before immediately grinning. If it wasn't an illusion, then I must have encountered a master. Interesting. After waiting here for 5 years, Yin Lusheng had already transformed his Saint Qi into Source Qi, and although he had not yet broken through to the Tao Source Realm, his combat power was no longer comparable to that of an Origin King. No matter who this person was, since they had entered the star boundary from some other star's territory, their cultivation would definitely not exceed the Origin King realm. Yin Lusheng didn't put them in his eyes. The bell in his hand stopped ringing for a while, which made Yin Lusheng even more certain that he had encountered a cultivator with an extremely strong divine sense. The other party must have discovered the situation here. The truth was just as he thought. After Kai Yang stopped the other 5 people, he told them about the situation over there. There are people here, and 3 of them at that? Chi Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Young boy, are you sure you're not mistaken? Aio also looked suspicious. Since Sect Master Yang said so, he must not be speaking without thinking. Wu Dao frowned. It's just that I don't know what these three people want to do, and whether they are hostile. Yes, we are new here, so we should avoid some disturbances. Yang Kai, what's the situation over there? Tell me more about it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, in my perception, those three people have been standing in place, seemingly waiting for something. As for their cultivations, they are naturally third-order origin kings, but one of them gives me a very dangerous feeling. If even you feel danger, they must not be simple, AIO frowned. But since they are third-order origin kings, they should be cultivators from another star territory. They probably want to enter the star boundary like us. Could it be they got lost here? We'll know once we ask, Guizhu laughed. Guizhu laughed strangely. There are 3 of them and 6 of us, twice their number. Do you think we should be afraid of them? That being said, you should know that after entering this place, there is a huge gap between third-order origin kings. Take President AIO for example. I'm afraid none of us is his opponent right now. Yes, that kind of transformed Saint Chi is extremely powerful. But we can't just stand here, can we? All of you are heroes. When did you start to be so overcautious? As soon as this remark came out, everyone could not help being shocked. Only then did they realize that since entering this starlight corridor and feeling the mysteries of this place, while looking forward to entering the star boundary, their mentality had gradually changed. They could no longer be as arrogant and domineering as before. All right, let's be careful and act according to the circumstances. If they are really lost, then it's fine. But if they are hostile, we might as well fight. Yang Kai said lightly. That's how it should be. Wu Dao nodded in agreement. Then Junior will be the vanguard. Yang Kai smiled slightly and volunteered. I'll do it. You scram to the back. AIO snorted and stood at the forefront. As an elder, what was the point of having Yang Kai protect him all the time? Chiyu also smiled and said, this time, you just need to follow obediently. All right then. Yang Kai did not insist. In any case, it was still unclear whether the other side was friend or foe, so it was meaningless to insist now. Immediately, the group of 6 approached Yin Lushang and the others. As they approached, the ringing of the bell in Yin Lushang's hand became more and more urgent, more and more frequent. 100 kilometers was nothing to these people, so in less than a stick of incense worth of time, the 2 groups met. AIO took the lead and stood about 300 meters away from Yin Lushang and the others, staring forward with rapt attention. The surrounding starlight poured into his body uncontrollably, allowing him to absorb it. Yin Lushang's originally indifferent eyes burst into a strong light the moment he saw AIO, and he couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Good. This king didn't have to wait for 5 years. Finally, a decent one has come. Chapter 1931. Yin Lushang laughed heartily as if no one was present, making Yang Kai and the others extremely unhappy, especially AIO, who was being stared at by him. AIO couldn't help but feel a sense of danger, causing all the pores on his body to tighten. Out of courtesy, AIO didn't get angry and instead cupped his fists and said, This one is AIO. May I ask how to address you and why you are here? Yin Lushang grinned and said calmly, This king is Yin Lushang of Netherworld sect from the territory of Great Desolate Star. Which territory are you from? Yang Kai and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to answer this question. However, before coming here, they had all heard from Yang Kai that this world was not limited to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but there were many other undiscovered territories. These territories were blocked by the boundary force and did not intersect with each other, making it impossible for those without the divine technique to pass through. So, when they heard the other party introduce themselves and mention something about Great Desolate Star territory, they could accept it. Don't tell me you don't even know what your own territory is called? On the side, the bald youth Fengde looked at Yang Kai and the others with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a group of country bumpkins. AIO smiled awkwardly. We really don't know. Our territory has been sealed off for tens of thousands of years and has never been in contact with the star boundary, so we don't know what the outside world calls our place. Sealed off for tens of thousands of years? Fengde and Lucien Yun were surprised, the latter asking curiously, Then how did you find the starlight corridor and come here? She knew that some territory had problems with the connection to the star boundary, such as the imbalance of the world principles, making it impossible for a cultivator to improve their cultivation. Another example was the collapse of the starlight corridor, making it impossible to find the way to the star boundary. So, she was very curious about how AIO and the others repaired the starlight corridor after tens of thousands of years. This, AIO showed a difficult expression, not wanting to explain this problem. After all, this matter involved the great emperors of Starfield. The other party was a stranger he had met by chance, so he hadn't reached the point where he could confide in them. Lu Xianyun observed his expression and said with a slight smile, "This mistress was reckless." "It's fine." AIO saw her pleasant expression and the conflict in his heart lessened a lot. "So," he asked, "friends, are you also going to the star boundary?" "Yes." Lu Xianyun nodded. "Then, why are you stopping here? Are you lost?" Lu Xianyun and Feng didn't know how to answer for a while, and instead turned their eyes to Yin Lusheng. AIO immediately knew that the person who gave him the most uncomfortable feeling was the one in charge among the three. He turned his gaze back to Yin Lusheng and was about to ask again, but at this moment, Yin Lusheng suddenly raised his eyebrows. Staring at Kai Yong, who had been blocked by the crowd, his eyes flashed a terrifying light. One was of his. Of desolate, to the star territory, yes, of them. Them. Of theirs of their s's ofs. Of the b of them. Of Tino no. Often, at a glance, they would have a rough guess in their hearts. Lu Xianyun and Fengde gave off a good feeling, but Yin Lusheng made everyone unhappy. There was no other reason than the evil qi emanating from his body was too strong. At this moment, seeing him take an interest in Yang Kai, how could they not know that the situation had changed? In an instant, everyone moved slightly, blocking Yang Kai's figure. Ha 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 ha. Yin Lusheng suddenly burst into laughter. There's more than one star master. There are two. Sure enough, the heavens are blessing this king. Inside the starlight corridor, there was a clear difference between a star master and others. It could be seen at a glance by the speed of absorption of the surrounding starlight. Previously, Yin Lusheng's attention was attracted by AIO, so he didn't notice the existence of Yang Kai. Later, he discovered that Yang Kai was hiding in the back. What's more, Yang Kai's absorption speed was more than 10 times faster than AIO's. What made him even more incredulous was, the other party was a second-order origin king cultivator. How could he not be happy? After waiting here for 5 years, he only wanted to bring a gift to the Netherworld sect. But now, the heavens had sent him 2 great gifts. Yin Lusheng's eyes instantly became greedy. This friend. AIO's face turned cold as he stood in front of everyone and stared at Yin Lusheng. Friend? Yin Lusheng squinted at AIO, as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Step by step, he walked out of the Netherworld dark territory and asked slowly, "Who is your friend? What does your excellency mean?" AIO's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect the attitude of the other party's leader to be so different from the other two. After all, everyone was talking nicely before, so how could the other party suddenly change his attitude? Nothing. Yin Lusheng came to the edge of the Netherworld dark territory and looked ahead indifferently, saying indifferently, "If you ants don't want to die, open your knowledge seas and let this king plant his soul brand. Depending on this king's mood, perhaps he can let you live." What? Ants? Impudence. You want to enslave us? This old master is dying of laughter. AIO and the others were suddenly filled with righteous indignation. Among the 6 of them, aside from Yang Kai, which one of them wasn't standing at the peak of star territory? Which one of them wasn't a supreme master in star territory? They had always been the ones standing at the top, overlooking all living beings. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? It had been a long time since they had heard the word ant. What was even more unacceptable was that Yin Lusheng actually wanted them to open their knowledge seas and plant his soul brand. If that was the case, then they would have to obey Yin Lusheng's orders for the rest of their lives, and their lives would be under his control. Being ridden on top of their heads so presumptuously, even if AIO and the others had good tempers, they would still be furious. Yang Kai's face also instantly turned gloomy, knowing that this was a disaster, not a blessing. Although the other party was only a third-order origin king, since he dared not put them in his eyes, it was obvious he had something to rely on. However, Yang Kai didn't quite understand what he was relying on. Only by really fighting could he figure it out. Are you angry? Facing the anger of AIO and the others, In Lu Shang calmly asked. In Lu Shang's expression was unexpectedly calm as he said indifferently, "Ants don't have the qualifications to be angry. You have to understand that it is your honor to have this king plant his soul brand on you. Not a disgrace." "Honor my ass," Chiyu cursed. "If you feel honored, you might as well open your knowledge sea and let this queen plant her soul brand on you." In Lu Sheng's eyes flashed coldly as he took another step forward. Finally, he appeared outside the Yellow Springs Dark Territory shield. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, pressing down on everyone like a mountain. This aura appeared so abruptly that everyone's face changed drastically. In Lu Shang raised his finger, and a ray of light suddenly appeared on his fingertip as he pointed it towards Chi Yu's position and shouted, "Underworld Prison, Finger Spear." With a whoosh, a pure energy condensed into an attack. Breaking through the barrier of space, it directly descended in front of Chi Yu. Feeling the terrifying killing intent contained in this attack, Chi Yu's pretty face changed greatly. Forming a seal with her hands, a huge, silver-white spider phantom suddenly appeared behind her. This silver-white spider bared its fangs and brandished its claws fiercely. It looked incredibly powerful, and on the spider's forehead, there was a crescent-shaped white mark. That mark seemed to emit a faint fluorescent light, and it had the pure power of the moon. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Chi Yu was a descendant of the ancient variant Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's bloodline flowed through her veins. It was for this reason that she had accepted Shan Qing Luo as her adopted daughter and cared for her 100 times over. Chi Yu was a Monster King level master and a Monster Race master of this level. The secret technique unleashed by using the power of the bloodline was naturally extraordinary. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Phantom opened its mouth. From its mouth, it spat out a mass of white energy, which suddenly turned into a spiderweb that looked extremely tough, as if it could not be broken. It blocked in front of Chi Yu. Oh, a descendant of an ancient variant? In Lu Shang seemed to be a little surprised by the scene in front of him, but the expression on his face was still calm. At least it's worth watching. But if that's all, then die. As soon as his voice fell, the finger spear collided with the spiderweb. With a puff, the seemingly sturdy spiderweb could not stop the attack of the finger spear at all and was directly broken through. Seeing this scene, Chi Yu's face turned pale, knowing that the gap between her and her opponent was too big, and that the other party's attack was not something she could resist. Heaven and Earth Reversal. With a low shout, Tyrannical stretched out his hand into the void, as if pulling out a long sword from the void. The power on the long sword condensed into a vortex. Tyrannical waved the long sword and slashed forward. Jejia Jejia. 10,000 souls, heaven-devouring great emperor. Guizhu laughed strangely as the 10,000 soul banner turned into a black curtain, covering a large part of the world. Endless cries and howls came from the banner, and one could vaguely see distorted faces struggling and squirming on it. It was a horrifying sight. Great Sun Golden Wheel. Gut Song Yun attacked. Tyrant Body Shattering Fist. Aio attacked. The 5 third-order origin kings erupted with all their strength at this moment, each displaying their own secret techniques. In an instant, a violent power rushed forward to block In Lu Shang's finger spear. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the world shook as endless power sputtered into the void. With a violent noise, AIO and the others all shook and involuntarily retreated a few steps. The finger spear was blocked, and their secret techniques dissipated. But everyone's face was extremely ugly, because the 5 of them had only managed to block a casual blow from the other party with their combined strength. If the other party had used his full strength, how terrifying would the power be? Everyone simply could not imagine. They had never felt so powerless before. Even if they were facing an opponent in the same realm, they would still be filled with fighting spirit, and even if they died, they would bite off a piece of their opponent's flesh. But facing Yin Lushang, everyone felt like they were facing an insurmountable mountain. They could only look up but could not see where the peak was. All they could see was clouds and mist. Chapter 1932. AIO and the others were all world-shaking figures, and their mental fortitude was incomparable to ordinary people. But in front of Yin Lushang's abyss-like strength, the strength they had always been proud of suddenly became like the light of a firefly, not worth mentioning. After the first blow, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone's expression was extremely dignified as they stared vigilantly at Yin Lushang, lest he attack again. Interesting. Yin Lushang smiled indifferently, but it's still too early for you to compete with this king with your current strength. This king will warn you one last time. If you don't want to die, release your knowledge C defenses. Don't even think about it. Just kill us. Jejia. This king doesn't have a hobby of being a slave. Although AIO and the others felt something was wrong, they still responded firmly. Good. Since you want to die, then don't blame this king for being cruel and merciless. Yin Lushang's eyes flashed coldly as his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gu Songyun. He stretched out his hand and slapped towards Gu Songyun. In the center of this palm, there seemed to be an infinite amount of power swirling around it, making it impossible for a master of Gu Songyun's level to resist. Gu Songyun desperately pushed his Saint Chi but was unable to break free and could only watch as the palm slammed down towards him. My life is over. This thought quickly flashed through Gu Songyun's mind. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, a dazzling five-colored light blooming from his body. Union Master Gu, retreat. Yang Kai's voice entered Gu Songyun's ears, and at the same time, Gu Songyun was pleasantly surprised to find that the force holding him suddenly loosened. How could he dare to be negligent? Desperately urging his strength, Gu Songyun hurriedly fled. Yang Kai suddenly punched out, his fist shrouded in five elements indestructible sword chi, the five elements mutually restraining each other. An endless cycle. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk when the fist and palm collided, a violent sound rang out. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as the five-colored light around his fist suddenly burst like a bubble. His entire body was sent flying backwards like a rag sack. On the other hand, Yin Lushang's body swayed, and he was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. This scene happened too suddenly, leaving everyone dumbfounded. By the time everyone regained their senses, Yang Kai had already been sent flying. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Yang Kai, the faces of AIO, Chiyu, and the others changed drastically as they hastily flew over. He wanted to find out the truth. Gu Songyun and Gu Zhu, who had just escaped death, stood in front of Yin Lushang, watching him vigilantly, lest he attack again and kill them all. This person, Lu Xianyun, who had been standing in the netherworld territory, narrowed her eyes as she looked in the direction where Yang Kai had been sent flying. Her delicate face was full of disbelief. He whispered, "He actually blocked Brother Yin's attack? Not only that, it even made Brother Yin take a few steps back." Although Yin Lushang's fate was unknown, an Origin King realm cultivator being able to do this was shocking enough. Not to mention, this guy was just a second-order Origin King. Next to Lu Xianyun, Fengda also opened his mouth wide as his heart trembled. He knew how powerful Yin Lushang was at this moment. When Yin Lushang attacked him just now, he could not muster up the courage to resist before his life was in his hands. But this young man from the territory of an unknown star, being able to do this to such an extent, made Fengda unable to believe his eyes. He should be dead, right? Fengda thought to himself, but even if he was dead, it was enough to be proud of. After all, he was just a second-order Origin King, yet he had faced Yin Lushang head-on. But before he could finish this thought, a violent coughing sound came from the other side. "He's not dead?" Fengda exclaimed, looking like he had seen a ghost, wishing he could gouge his eyes out and place them on Yang Kai. Lu Xianyun also let out a cry as she covered her mouth with her small hand. On the other side, Yang Kai struggled to get up and waved to AIO and Chiyu, who were flying over. His face was as pale as paper, and the blood in his chest was roiling. Unable to hold back, he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Fierce. Yang Kai took a few deep breaths, straightened his body, and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yin Lusheng. After Yin Lusheng was forced back a few steps by Yang Kai, he had been standing there with a strange expression on his face. He did not take the opportunity to pursue, but instead frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Yin Lusheng came back to his senses and looked at Yang Kai lightly, nodding. You're also very good. This king misjudged you. It turns out you are the strongest among this group. Haha. Yang Kai smiled arrogantly, spitting a mouthful of blood to the side as he squinted at Yin Lusheng. You flatter me. I just transformed a little more strength in them. Aren't you the same? I'm afraid all the strength in your body has been transformed, right? Yin Lusheng's eyes narrowed as he clapped his hands. Boy, you have sharp eyes. Yang Kai grinned. If not, how could you fight 5 third-order origin kings alone? It's not that they aren't strong enough, it's just that they didn't have enough time. Hearing Yang Kai's words, AIO and the others suddenly understood. Before this, they had already experienced the benefits of transforming their strength, but because it hadn't been long, the gap between them wasn't too obvious. Before they could adapt to the new strength in their bodies, they suddenly encountered someone like Yin Lusheng, which made AIO and the others doubt their own strength for a while. After Yang Kai's explanation, they understood that the reason for this scene was not their problem, but Yin Lusheng's. The strength in his body had been completely transformed, so even if they were in the same realm as him, how could they beat him? It was like 2 cultivators with the same strength, one holding a wooden sword and the other holding a divine weapon, so naturally the latter had the absolute advantage. I'm very curious. How long have you been here? Kaiyang calmly asked, trying to extract some information from her. Not long, just 5 years. Although Yin Lusheng saw through Yang Kai's intentions, he didn't hide them. 5 years. So it seems that your excellency is also a Star Master, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Your mind is really sharp. Yin Lusheng's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Kai appreciatively. This king appreciates you very much. If you submit to this king will give you endless benefits and even spare your friends. Yang Kai laughed. If I submit to you, what benefits will you give me? Yin Lusheng raised his chin and said arrogantly, as long as this king has it, then I'll take your life. Yang Kai grinned ferociously. Yin Lusheng slowly shook his head, courting death. Although you are very smart, you don't even know what this new power is called. So how can you compete with this king? In addition, let me tell you something else. This king only used 30% of his strength just now. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Just 30% was enough to make everyone feel helpless. But if he went all out, ha ha ha, die in despair. This king likes to see your expressions. Yin Lusheng laughed and stepped forward, suddenly arriving in front of Gu Songyun and Wu Dao. Hell, 7 hells refined flour. Yin Lusheng shouted as he formed a seal with both hands, and a burst of pure source qi burst out. With a push of his hands, an extremely enchanting flower suddenly appeared and shot towards Gu Songyun, Wu Dao, and the others. World stabilizing. Tyrannical's expression changed greatly. He spun his sword, and the blade shone brightly. He poured all of his power into the sword and slashed forward. Sun Sword. Illuminate the 4 directions. Gu Songyun's body also released a bloody light as he bit the tip of his tongue and burned his blood essence before spraying it towards the sword in his hand. The 2 of them worked together to block Yin Lusheng's killing move. In front of this king, you are all ants. What qualifications do you have to resist? Yin Lusheng's eyes turned cold as he pointed his finger towards the 2. With 2 soft sounds, the Saint Qi protecting Wu Dao and Gu Songyun's bodies was instantly pierced through, causing them to cry out in pain as blood dripped from their bodies. Yin Lusheng stretched out his hand and swept the 2 away like he was swatting flies. In midair, the 2 spat out a mouthful of blood as their bones were dislocated. Kill them. Yin Lusheng coldly snorted as he continued to walk forward unhurriedly. After hearing his order, Fengde and Lu Xianyun, who had been hiding in the Netherworld territory, could only come out. Fengde rushed directly towards Gu Songyun with a ruthless look on his face, wanting to kill him. He did not dare to disobey Yin Lushang's orders. Lu Xianyun found Wu Dao and shouted in a low voice, "Excuse me." Saying so, her jade-white palm shot out towards Wu Dao. Although this move was ruthless, it did not contain any murderous intent. If she had any other choice, she did not want to kill the innocent. After all, her reputation in the territory of Great Desolate Star was still very good. Unfortunately, people under the eaves had no choice but to bow their heads. A black curtain suddenly appeared, wrapped up the injured Wu Dao and Gu Songyun, and flashed directly into the distance. After the black curtain dissipated, Gue Zhu's figure appeared, his whole body wrapped in black qi, only his two flickering eyes flashing with an evil light. "Are you two all right?" Gue Zhu asked in a low voice. "We won't die." Wu Dao responded. "We're in big trouble." Gue Zhu said gloomily, "I just heard that guy say that they have been here for 5 years, which means they spent 5 years transforming the power in their bodies. They are much stronger than us." "So what? Even if we die, we can't let them off easily." Gu Songyun showed a fierce look as he watched Fengde and Lu Xianyun approach them. On the other side, Yang Kai took a few breaths as he saw the crisis Gue Zhu and the others were in and whispered, "You too. Leave this to me, you go help them." Aio and Qiyu were both startled and shook their heads without thinking. They could also see that Yin Lushang's strength wasn't on the same level as everyone else here. Yang Kai wasn't his opponent at all. If they let Yang Kai fight him alone, they were afraid it wouldn't bode well for him, so how could they feel at ease leaving Yang Kai behind? Chapter 1933. "We'll go with you," Aio quickly said. "And if the three of us join forces, we may have a chance to beat him." Qiyu nodded. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You're thinking too simply. That new power is very strong. If I can't beat him, it's useless even if we join forces. On the other hand, Gue Zhu and the other two might have a chance. You join up with Gue Zhu, and if you find a gap, escape from here." "Then what about you?" Aio asked in alarm. "I'll find a way to leave. Don't forget, escaping is my strength." Yang Kai smiled confidently and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Aio and Qiyu glanced at each other and nodded, Aio quickly saying, "Boy, don't die. Be careful." Qiyu also exhorted before she and Aio both flickered and joined up with Gue Zhu and the others. Yin Lushang saw all of this but had no intention of stopping them. It seemed that in his opinion, it didn't matter even if the 5 of them joined up. With the strength of Fengde and Lu Xianyun, it was enough to take them down. "You want to fight me one-on-one? Boy, aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" Yin Lushang looked at Yang Kai calmly and ridiculed. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Everyone's goal is the star boundary, so there's no need to kill each other here, right? Besides, there are no grievances between us. We didn't even know each other before this, so why bother?" "Are you afraid?" Yin Lushang looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai just smiled and said nothing. "In fact, there's no harm in telling you." Yin Lushang said, "This king wants to strip the star's source from your bodies. It's a gift to the Star Boundaries Netherworld sect, so whether you live or die makes no difference to me. If you're afraid, submit to this king and I can spare your lives." "Strip the star source?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "So this is your purpose?" "Indeed. This king has been waiting here for 5 years. You guys are finally here. Tell me, isn't your luck very bad?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "It's not that great, but your luck isn't that great either." "You still haven't given up?" Yin Lusheng's face turned cold. "How can I give up when I haven't even fought?" Yang Kai's face darkened. His figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Yin Lusheng, opened his hand, and pressed it down, shouting, "Secret technique, exile." A ring of pitch-black energy swirled around the giant hand, spinning like a vortex and suddenly expanding. Like the mouth of a beast, it bit towards Yin Lusheng. Unable to agree, Kai Yang had already made the first move to gain the upper hand. "This is..." Yin Lusheng's pupil shrank as he felt the strange power contained in the black vortex. His expression became solemn for the first time as he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, sending out a powerful force as he shouted, "Break for me!" Asterisk bang. Asterisk Yang Kai's secret technique was suddenly disintegrated. His body shook slightly, but he did not give up. Instead, his hands fluttering like butterflies. A low voice sounded, "Secret technique. Moon blade." Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk a series of pitch-black blade-like attacks formed and shot towards Yin Lusheng. It really is a space secret technique. Yin Lusheng's face was shocked as he looked at all this in front of him in disbelief. When Yang Kai displayed the exile secret technique just now, Yin Lusheng had already guessed it. It was just that he wasn't too sure, but now that he saw the space force contained in these countless moon blades, he immediately knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. And it was not just an ordinary mastery. Being able to operate the Tao of space to this extent showed that this person's attainments in the Tao of space were extremely deep, at least at the Grandmaster level. Yin Lusheng's eyes couldn't help but fill with jealousy. The Tao of space was simply too obscure and difficult to master, but since ancient times, every cultivator who had mastered the Tao of space had made great achievements. Yin Lusheng was the strongest master on Great Desolate Stars territory and had dominated the territory for countless years. After breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm, he had also studied this obscure Tao of space. However, he had never been able to find a way to master it and had finally given up helplessly. But now, he actually saw the Tao of space bloom brilliantly in the hands of a Second Order Origin King cultivator. This shocked and angered him. How could a power he could not master be used so flexibly by someone else? Was he inferior to him? With this thought in mind, Yin Lusheng's eyes suddenly turned red and a cold, murderous intent filled his body. So what if you possess the Tao of space? In the face of absolute strength, you can only crawl at this king's feet and tremble. Yin Lusheng roared as he stretched out his hand, and the Netherworld Dark Territory shield he had arranged in the distance seemed to be summoned and turned into a stream of light that shot towards his body and enveloped him. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless moon blades slammed into the Netherworld Dark Territory shield but were unable to break through it, only causing ripples on its surface before disappearing. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he instantly realized that the grade of the other party's defensive artifact was definitely extremely high. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand his moonblade attack. Yin Lusheng looked down at the moon blades raging around his body and sneered sarcastically, "This king's Netherworld Dark Territory shield is a Tao source-grade artifact from the star boundary, but with your means, even if you attack it for 10,000 years, you won't be able to break it." As he spoke, he braved the countless moon blades and arrived in front of Yang Kai before suddenly throwing out a punch. Yang Kai's face sank, and he was about to use his space secret technique to teleport away, but in the next moment, he found that something was wrong. The surrounding space was extremely viscous, and the space secret techniques he used in the past were greatly hindered here. Yin Lusheng grinned fiercely, "This is not your star territory. This is the Starlight Corridor, the intersection between your star territory and the star boundary. The world principles here are hundreds of times stronger than your star territory, so your space secret techniques will be greatly restricted here." As soon as he finished speaking, his fist had already arrived in front of Yang Kai's chest. Before the fist arrived, the surging force caused Yang Kai's bones to crack and his skin to ache. It was conceivable that if this punch hit, Yang Kai would either die or be seriously injured. At this critical moment, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon transformation." A resounding dragon roar rang out, penetrating the 9 heavens and shaking the entire world. Yin Lusheng was dumbfounded, but in the next moment, he felt an ancient and desolate aura suddenly surge from Yang Kai's body. This aura was so strong that it made Yin Lusheng shudder. Dragon scales condensed from Saint Chi covered Yang Kai's right arm, transforming his right hand into a dragon claw in an instant. At the same time, a palm-sized dragon scale appeared on his chest. This was a real dragon scale, an artifact of a true dragon. This dragon scale was obtained from Purple Star's vault and had long been refined by Yang Kai into his body. Coupled with his golden divine dragon source, he could already display a trace of a true dragon's power. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk Yin Lusheng's fist smashed into Yang Kai's chest, But the expected scene of him taking Yang Kai's life with a single punch did not occur. Instead, he felt a tingling pain in his fist. Yin Lu Shang involuntarily took a few steps back and raised his fist to look, only to be completely stunned. He found that his fist was bleeding. On the other hand, Yang Kai, although greatly shaken, was not seriously injured. Yin Lu Shang's eyes turned to the dragon scale on Yang Kai's chest, and his eyes flashed for a moment before bursting with a greedy light. A real dragon scale? You can actually refine it into your body? At this moment, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure, his expression became fanatical. After all, this was a real dragon scale, and in terms of value, it was far above his Netherworld Dark Territory shield. If he could obtain this piece of dragon scale, how could his future achievements be any worse than before? Such a treasure, what qualifications do you have to possess it? Yin Lu Shang shouted as he madly attacked Yang Kai. Give it to this king quickly. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Kai Yang was also enraged. Since his debut, although his path had been bumpy and he had encountered countless powerful enemies, he had always been able to turn misfortune into blessings. But this time, he had encountered an enemy that even he couldn't easily win against. The heart of martial Dao lay in perseverance, unbreakable courage, and moving forward bravely. Facing such a powerful enemy like Yin Lu Shang also aroused Yang Kai's fighting spirit. He met his enemy head-on without fear, taking a stance of fighting with his life. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the two men's fists and feet collided. Yang Kai displayed his dragon transformation secret technique, coupled with the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. His strength had reached an inestimable level, but even so, he was still not Yin Lu Shang's opponent. The power surging out of Yin Lu Shang's body was like a tsunami that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art around Yang Kai's body was constantly being destroyed, and every time it reformed, it would be shattered by Yin Lu Shang's move. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was covered in blood. If it weren't for the real dragon scale protecting his vitals, Yang Kai estimated that he would have already died here. On the other hand, Yin Lu Shang's whole body was wrapped in the Netherworld Dark Territory cover, and no matter how Yang Kai attacked, he could not break through his defenses. He was already in an invincible position. Boy, accept your fate. You are not my opponent. Yin Lu Shang laughed wildly and continued to deal damage to Yang Kai. Come out. Yang Kai suddenly roared. The next moment, the stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao, and firebird Lu Yin appeared together. As if sensing Yang Kai's urgency, Xiao Xiao directly transformed into a stone giant as soon as he appeared, a layer of lava armor covering his body as he brandished the heaven-shaking pillar and smashed it towards Yin Lu Shang. Lu Yin, on the other hand, transformed into a firebird and spat out violent thunder fire from his mouth. Yin Lu Shang's eyes shrank. Although he was surprised that Yang Kai had suddenly summoned 2 helpers, he didn't care too much about it. He ignored the attacks of the firebird and Xiao Xiao, looking as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the heaven-shaking pillar smashed into Yin Lu Shang's body, and as a violent force hit him, Yin Lu Shang realized that he had underestimated the power of the stone giant. Even with the protection of the Netherworld Dark Territory cover, he was still hit and almost fell to the ground. Under this violent force, even the Netherworld Dark Territory cover itself flashed wildly. Chapter 1934. What the hell is this? Yin Lu Shang's eyes flickered as he stared at Xiao Xiao in shock. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell whether Xiao Xiao was a living creature or a puppet. The stone mongoose race was too rare, and if Yang Kai hadn't received guidance from Yang Yin, he probably wouldn't have known about Xiao Xiao's origins. Although Yin Lu Shang had dominated the territory of Great Desolate Star for countless years, there were always some existences he didn't know about. The stone mongoose was one of them. After transforming into a stone giant, Xiao Xiao's strength was extraordinary, and with the heaven-shaking pillar weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms, his violent power was enough to shatter the void. After succeeding in his attack, Xiao Xiao didn't stop, raising the heaven-shaking pillar again and smashing it down. Bind! Yin Lu Shang shouted in a low voice as his territory surged out, wanting to use the power of his territory to affect Xiao Xiao's actions. But his plan failed as Xiao Zhao's actions were not restrained in the slightest in his territory. Instead, an obscure and inexplicable force lingered around Xiao Zhao's body, stirring up Yin Lu Shang's territory into chaos. Is this principal strength? Yin Lu Shang's face changed wildly as he felt the mysterious power exuding from Xiao Zhao's body. Principal strength was a kind of power that only Dao's source realm cultivators could sense. It was a kind of power that was obtained through the sublimation of one's domain. Even Yang Kai had not been able to grasp it until now, but now, he had seen it in the body of an unknown existence that resembled a puppet. This made him extremely surprised. Did you also swallow some kind of source? Yin Lu Shang's eyes were sharp as he instantly guessed the reason why Xiao Xiao had mastered principal strength, roaring, "So what if you have principal strength? You want to act presumptuously in front of this king with your incomplete power? Scram!" As he roared, suddenly, he formed a seal with both hands, and a powerful force quickly condensed around his body as he shouted, "Nether prison, bone spear." A bone spear that was as white as jade suddenly appeared in front of him. That bone spear was so white that it was flawless. The sinister power that lingered in the air trembled slightly and then suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the bone spear appeared in front of Xiao Xiao. Kong. The bone spear hit Xiao Zhao's chest. Xiao Xiao roared furiously as he was sent flying by a huge force. Gravel flew out from his body as if he had suffered a serious injury. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had been sent to. The firebird's cry sounded from the sky. Countless violent thunderbolts rained down like a rain of arrows, enveloping Yin Lu Shang's location. Mutated thunderfire. It seems you've refined a lot of heaven-earth flames. Yin Lu Shang glanced at the firebird and grinned. Good. This king just happens to be short in artifact spirit, so you can make up the numbers. Xiao 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 was Xiao Xiao Zhao's nether. Xiao, Xiao 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 Xiao, Xiao Xiao, Xiao. While speaking, Sheng Xiao 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 of Xiao Xiao Xiao. Xiao S. Xiao 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 was SS. Xiao S. Shocked, Lu Yin flapped her wings and hurriedly dodged. But the huge palm seemed to have a life of its own, following Lu Yin like a shadow. No matter where she ran, she still couldn't get rid of it. In the end, she was slapped down by the palm. The palm turned into a cage. Lu Yin was imprisoned in it. Lu Yin continued to cry and spit out thunderbolts, burning the cage in an attempt to escape. But looking at her posture, she wouldn't be able to get out for a while. At this moment, Yang Kai appeared in front of Yin Lu Shang like a ghost. If it weren't for the Netherworld territory shield, Yang Kai would have stuck to him. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he gripped the verdant dragon bone sword in his dragonized right arm, circulated his strength, and slashed down viciously. "Don't bother me, Aunt." Yin Lu Shang roared as the evil qi around his body condensed into a huge phantom of a human head. This phantom opened its mouth wide and roared at Yang Kai. The invisible force easily destroyed Yang Kai's knowledge C's defenses, causing his knowledge C to become turbulent. Soon, Yang Kai's entire body began to feel dizzy. Such a strong divine sense attack? Yang Kai's heart sank. If he didn't go all out this time, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Although this Yin Lu Shang was not the most powerful enemy Yang Kai had ever encountered, he was definitely not someone Yang Kai could match. Although Wu Shengfeng, whom Yang Kai had encountered before, was much more powerful than him at that time, he had Yang Yan's help, so Wu Shengfeng was no match for Yang Yan. But now, he could only rely on himself. Suppressing the discomfort in his mind, Yang Kai poured all his strength into the dragon bone sword and slashed at the Netherworld territory shield. With a loud vibration, Yang Kai was sent flying through the air, his body bleeding profusely, his appearance extremely miserable. "Do you still want to resist?" Yin Lu Shang looked at Yang Kai coldly, a look of victory on his face. After he landed on the ground, Yin Lu Shang calmly said, "With your ability and aptitude, I'm afraid you are one of the top existences in your star territory. Even compared to this king, you are not inferior, but you appeared in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is your fate, boy." Accept it and let this king subdue you. Yang Kai struggled to stand up and glanced up at the battlefield not far away, his expression cold. Over there, Gue Zhu and the other four were still not Fengde and Lu Xianyun's opponents. It was not because of the gap in their cultivations, but because of the difference in the strength of their bodies. These three masters from Great Desolate Stars territory had spent 5 years in this starlight corridor transforming the strength in their bodies. But what about them? They had only been here for a little over a month. How could they be compared to these two? Therefore, not long after the battle began, Gue Zhu and the others had been defeated. Gue Zhu's condition was very bad, and the black qi around his body seemed to have dissipated, revealing his body. Aio's abdomen was bleeding profusely, obviously having suffered a serious injury. The heavenly moon demon spider phantom floating behind Qiyu was dim, Wu Dao's face was pale, and Gu Songyun was coughing up blood constantly. He had already reached the end of his road. The bald man's attacks were ruthless, while the woman seemed to be holding back. But even so, Gue Zhu and the others could not hold on for long. As for his two assistants, Xiao Xiao had been sent flying, and Lu Yin was still struggling in the cage. His life was not in danger, but once he was defeated, Lu Yan's consciousness would be erased, and he would be poured into Yin Lu Shang's artifact to become its artifact spirit. The 6 of them had traveled together with an infinite yearning for the star boundary, but who could have expected that such a scene would await them? Yang Kai's heart sank. Give up. You and the other person have star's source, so this king won't kill you. But as for the others, Yin Lu Shang said indifferently. So far in the battle, he had suffered a small loss and was beaten into a sorry state, but there was not the slightest wound on his body. Fengde, leave the one with star's source and kill the others. Yin Lu Shang suddenly ordered. Yes. Fengde grinned fiercely, his already violent attacks suddenly becoming more violent, as if he wanted to vent the humiliation he had suffered at Yin Lu Shang's hands and take revenge on Gue Zhu and the others 100-fold. For a time, the situation of Gue Zhu and the others became more and more worrisome. Yang Kai took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and looked at Yin Lu Shang. You want my star source? I can give it to you. Oh, finally giving in? A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Yin Lu Shang's mouth. You'll have to take this move first. Yang Kai's face suddenly became ferocious as he raised his hand and summoned a purple bead into his palm. This bead was about the size of a pigeon's egg and looked extremely beautiful, with tiny arcs of lightning flickering inside it. This is... Yin Lu Shang frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding, as if this inconspicuous bead could bring him great danger. Before he could figure out the grade of this bead-like artifact, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from it, one that seemed to exterminate all living things, as if it was the summons of the Grim Reaper. Yin Lu Shang's expression finally changed as he exclaimed in horror, You also have a Dao Source grade artifact? He had mistakenly thought that the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a Dao Source grade artifact. Yang Kai grinned. Are you afraid? Yin Lu Shang's expression fluctuated before he finally calmed down and shouted, So what if you have a Dao Source grade artifact? You can break this king's defenses first. Saying so, he rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Although he didn't quite believe that the bead in Yang Kai's hand could break the defenses of his Netherworld Dark Territory shield, there was nothing wrong with being careful, so he wasn't prepared to give Yang Kai a chance to use it. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move, allowing Yin Lu Shang to rush towards him as he poured his strength into the Annihilation Thunder bead like a flood. As his strength surged, the arcs of lightning inside the thunder bead seemed to have been given life and began to dance about. Xiao. With a soft sound, a faint purple light suddenly shot out from the Annihilation Thunder bead. This purple lightning arc flashed and disappeared, seemingly without any lethality. However, it was this inconspicuous purple lightning arc that directly penetrated the Netherworld Dark Territory shield around Yin Lu Shang's body. No matter how Yang Kai attacked, even taking a small hit from it, the Netherworld Dark Territory shield was as fragile as a bubble in front of this purple lightning arc, unable to withstand a single blow. Yin Lu Shang's forward figure suddenly froze, as if he had been struck by a spell, his eyes trembling violently as he looked down in disbelief. The next moment, he discovered a horrifying scene. A small hole had appeared in his netherworld dark territory shield. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out, followed by a series of crashing sounds. The netherworld dark territory shield collapsed. This Tao source grade artifact directly reverted to its original form, its light dim, obviously having lost a great deal of its spirituality. An Emperor artifact? Yin Lu Shang paled in horror as he looked at the Annihilation Thunderbead in Yang Kai's hand in horror. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. The bead in his hand was not a Tao source grade artifact, it was clearly an Emperor artifact of a higher grade. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.